What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right. What is it? Friday night? Well, it must be the Friday night Radio Baloney Live. I am your host, Richie Baloney. How's everybody doing out there? Who we got? We got Spambot. We got Rosie. We got Trudeau Survivor, and it was tough, very tough to survive Trudeau. We got Dramus, Izzy, already in the chat. Good to see you guys. All right. Now, as everybody knows, we're streaming on Rumble. We're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on X. We're streaming on Locals right now. And every time somebody likes the stream, they get free good karma. Obviously, subscribing to the channel is where you get that as well. But when you like the stream, it's a super easy way to get free good karma that I build up. I have a reservoir of it that I build up before the stream. So then I have to give it away because if I didn't, that would be bad karma. You see the logic. So I've got to give it to you. Now, not everybody knows this, but I give away extra karma for the early likes. So first like could be 2, 3, 4, 5 times the good karma. And then it goes down a little bit as it goes down. So Izzy got the first like over on Rumble. Let's see, what is that? I'm saying quintuple good karma for you, my friend. That's a lot of good karma. Dramus got like number 2. That's quadruple. It's a lot. Rosie got number 4. So let's see. There's 5, then 4, then it'd be 3. That's double good karma, Rosie. Double good karma. Good for you. All right. What are you guys talking about? Should we go over the menu first? Let's go over the menu first, then we'll get back to the chat. Let's do that. All right. So I think we got quite a bit on our plate tonight, folks. Quite a bit. We are going to talk about the Trump deal in Gaza. They're saying the hostages are going home on Monday. This is a big deal. Trump still didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize, obviously. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about, we've got some CNN propaganda here. We have a lady who is a former progressive conservative provincial politician in Ontario who is, and she's Iranian, and she's has a word of warning about all those people praying in the streets and all of that with their flags. We're going to talk about that a little bit. We've got stuff from the UK. Obviously, we're going to keep talking about that. Is UK police state airstrip 1. It's terrifying. We're going to talk about these liberal censorship bills, Bill C2, C8, C9, these hate bills. This seems to be the main focus of the current government. Obviously, they're a radical far left party. The Liberals are now an illiberal, radical far left party. Obviously, their first priority is going to, in terms of legislation, is going to be to censor Canadians. Obviously, makes it easier for them that way. So here's Bill C8. We're going to talk about all this stuff. It's just so dystopian. It's also predictable. And I guess we'll have to find out what happens, even though we kind of know. Illinois, you've got actually some state troopers helping out ICE here. So are things going in the right direction? Finally, we'll have to see. Pete Hegseth, so reenlistment is up in the Army. So Pete Hegseth says, we're getting rid of woke. That's completely gone. And all of a sudden, instead of not being able to meet their targets, they can meet their targets in terms of enlistment. It tells you something, doesn't it? We'll take a look at that. We've got Mark Carney, and, well, you know how that's going to go. We'll get to that. Pierre Poilievre, just pragmatic, making sense. Hopefully the next prime minister. NDP leadership is as, do you mind if I use the word retarded? Retarded and communist. Yeah, it's about as retarded and communist as you would expect. We'll talk about that. We've got Canada embarrassing itself. There was supposed to be some Harry Potter thing at Vancouver Park, and then the Department of Parks and Recreations didn't realize that J.K. Rowling and by extension Harry Potter is evil now. And basically exactly the same as the bad guys in Germany in the 30s. And it's all just very embarrassing and very typical of Canada. We will get into that. We're going to talk about what's happening regarding the Trump administration and Antifa in the U.S. and them being terrorists, and how I think Trump's going to win. We have got some stuff on Canada immigration here and the crazy protests that are always happening. We've got some more Canada stuff here, some stuff on Canada crime, which is a constant topic in Canada now. After 10 years of insane radical progressive policies, we're going to talk about Israel, Gaza. The Carney budget we'll have to talk about. New York is absolutely crazy, obviously about to get crazier with, hold on a second, what's going on here? Why did that go away? Hold on. I got to pull that back up so I don't have to do it later. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Okay, great. Then we have the last tab of the evening, which is just a mashup of just a bunch of random stuff. There's lots of adorable animal palate cleansers. There's a guy dressed up like a pickle running from the police. That's a fun one. There's kids that are being adorable and animals as well. And it's all the stuff. We'll probably go back and forth from this over the stream. We've got, because the news can get depressing. So it's good to have stuff like crazy jets. That's super fun. And like dogs, big dogs, fat dogs stuck in a hole. That's always a good time. And, we'll learn something about Iceland as well. A bunch of stuff, just a bunch of crazy stuff. She's playing tricks on people, and it's just not fair. All right. Bears, you name it. We got all kinds of crazy stuff. All right. Oh, God damn it. Totally forgot to take the thing off. Totally forgot to do that. Why did I forget to do that? Why did I forget to do that? I'm sorry. I apologize. All right. So let's get to the chat. What's going on? I think I've said hi to most people. Let's see. Let's see. Rosie's having a busy time. Both sons engaged. That's wonderful. Congratulations. All right. Let's see. All right. Steve Tollison, how you doing? Good to see you over on YouTube. All right. Bear with me. I'm a bit slow tonight. Let's see. Where am I getting caught up here? Rosie says, the only news I've seen is Nobel Peace Prize to Maria in Venezuela and Gaza peace. We'll go look up explosion. There was a big explosion. Was that in Tennessee? I haven't looked into that deeply, but I did see something earlier. Yeah, I think that was in Tennessee, wasn't it? Let's see. Spambot on an Android tablet? Well, that works. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, I saw a t-shirt that says liberals are stupid. Uh-oh. I'm tempted to buy one. Buy a Commie Gets Nothing shirt. Buy that one. You know where you can get that? Right at my shop. Spambot has the 5th like, so that would be 1.5 good karma for you, my friend. That's not bad. You can't complain about that. Trudeau Survivor says, liberals are retarded would be a better t-shirt. And the thing is that there's precious few actual liberals anymore. And I think most of them that actually are, like, they know what a liberal is, right? And it matters to them and definitions matter. I think most of them have actually come over to our side, the not batshit crazy side. You've got a lot of people calling themselves liberals, but they are not liberal. So Rosie is over 200 miles from the explosion. That's good news. As he says, but I heard from a teleprompter lady that diversity is our strength. And so crime stats show crime is down. Yeah. They can always, what is it? There's lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? Rosie says, that's Selma Hayek. The woman in braids looks like a man. I do not trust anyone who wears a choker covering Adam's apple. That's Selma Hayek, Rosie. Come on. Don't say that about Selma. We love Selma here. Don't we, fellas? All right. I guess we should probably just get to it then. So, let's see this. So, they're saying that the hostages are going home on Monday in Israel. The 20 that are they think are still alive. Monday, when you're talking about the Middle East, Monday is a long time. And, I have to say, I have been not overly optimistic about the peace plan and phase one of it. But we'll see. I mean, if that happens, and I'm still skeptical that it's going to happen, and I hate to say that, but I'm skeptical because once the hostages are out of Hamas's hands, I mean, that's it, right? That's their leverage right there, right? So I guess we'll have to see. But let's take a look here. So here's is this Howard Lutnick? Hold on, let's take a look.
They want to say something. Is that right? All right, hold on. President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You did it.
You did it. Thank you.
This is amazing. Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you very much. You just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
All
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So if they actually are able to get them back by Monday, I mean Trump should absolutely win a Nobel Peace Prize for that. He didn't win. He didn't win this year's. Maybe next year. I mean, it is ridiculous that he hasn't. It's insane, especially when you consider, what they gave one to Barack Obama for doing nothing right before he became the drone king, for God's sakes. DC Drano, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee awarded it to a Venezuelan peace activist today. And you know what she did? Dedicated it to President Trump. She knows freedom for the Venezuelan people from narco-terrorism will be due to the efforts of the Trump administration. So, yes, it was Maria Corina Machado. She said, the recognition of the struggle of all Venezuelans is a boost to conclude our task, to conquer freedom. I don't know if that's worded in the best way. We are on the threshold of victory, and today, more than ever, we count on President Trump, the people of the United States, and the peoples of Latin America, and the democratic nations of the world as our principal allies to achieve freedom and democracy. I dedicate this prize to the suffering people of Venezuela and to President Trump for his decisive support of our cause. Now, nobody has done as much as Trump since he's been back in office, and I would argue in his first term as well. I mean, you had the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan both saying they wanted to jointly nominate Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. It's a joke. The prize is meaningless at this point. It's obviously political. President Trump was called by Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado, and she said, I'm accepting this honor. I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserve it. Let's hear Trump.
The person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said, I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. A very nice thing to do. I didn't say then give it to me, though. I think she might have. She was very
Of course, he has to crack the joke.
nice. And I've been helping her along the way. They need a lot of help in Venezuela. It's a basic disaster. So, and you could also say it was given out for 24, and I was running for office in 24. All of the transactions that we did in terms of closing. But there are those that say we did so much that they should have done it. But I'm happy because I saved millions of lives. Many millions of lives. And speaking of somebody that saves lives, don't ever play golf with him because Keegan Bradley just walked in, one of the greatest golfers in the world. The person who actually got...
Trump is hilarious. He transitions from save millions of lives to one of the greatest golfers on earth. It's just funny. All right. So staying with Trump for a minute before we go back to the chat again. This is from Benny Johnson. And there's more news on Benny Johnson coming up, by the way, because they just arrested somebody who'd been making serious death threats against him. It says President Trump delivers pure nightmare fuel for the left amidst the government shutdown. Let's hear.
And we'll be making cuts that will be permanent. And we're only going to cut Democrat programs. I hate to tell you. I guess that makes sense. But we're only cutting Democrat programs. But we're going to start that. And we have
Russell can talk to you about it if he wants to, but we'll be cutting some very popular Democrat programs that aren't popular with Republicans, frankly, because that's the way it works. They wanted to do this, so we'll give them a little taste of their own medicine, and we'll be making cuts.
Well, they're the ones who shut it down. They are. In fact, I've got something else here. Hold on a second. Hold on. All right. So CNN. So here's Johnson, Speaker Johnson with Dana Bash on CNN. And, you know, it's so predictable. They will just, I mean, it's just, they're just beyond shame at this point. Let's take a look.
You have said, quote, there is literally nothing to negotiate. There's nothing I can do. You are the Speaker of the House. There is, in fact, a lot you can do.
Well, there's not, actually. Let me explain that. As you noted, they're voting right now on the Senate floor. We'll see how that turns out. Last night, two Democrats and an independent flipped and came along with the Republicans. But it looks like, and what we expect, is that most of the Democrats in the Senate, again, will reject the clean CR that we sent over. It's clean. What that means is it's nonpartisan. We didn't add any Republican priorities or poison pills or gimmicks or tricks into that at all. It's 24 pages. I mean, everybody can read it for themselves. It simply continues the Biden-era spending levels that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have already supported in the past. They just did it most recently in March. And he gave long speeches about how it was so critically important that we not shut the government down. There's nothing for me to give. There's nothing to negotiate. I don't have any Republican priorities to put on the table because we sent over a clean CR. And that's why none of this makes sense.
Yeah, the truth is about these shutdowns is that whoever's not in power sees it as a useful political tool. And that's both sides, right? It's seen as that. And I'm sure Dana Bash knows that. I'm sure that she does. I'm not sure it's working out for the Democrats this time because it's usually, I think, considered to be the party in power's fault. But I'm not sure it's going to work out that way this time because the Democrats are so far left and so crazy on so many things that are not winning issues, by the way. Like securing the borders is popular in the United States. Like deporting illegal immigrants is popular in the United States. The polls say this. It's more popular than unpopular, but we'll just have to see. All right. Oh, back on the issue of the Nobel Prize again. Here, let's hear Fetterman talk about it.
Do you think the president deserves a Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I mean, if this sticks, I think the whole point of having a Nobel Peace Prize is for ending wars and promoting peace. And I'm going to make a direct appeal to the president.
Do you think the president deserves a Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah. I mean, isn't that the thing? If you are ending conflicts, right? Well, that kind of seems like right in the wheelhouse of the, Nobel Peace Prize Committee, doesn't it? Like that should be the thing they're considering. If it wasn't just a charade, I guess. But as I say, you know what? Monday's a long way away when it comes to the Middle East. It might as well be 1,000 years. So I guess we'll have to see. What do we got here? Oh, check this out. So I was just saying that these government shutdowns are seen by the party that's out of power as politically expedient, right? Because they assume that the party in power will be blamed for the shutdown. They think it will benefit them in some way. It's purely political, and it's been used that way by both sides. But here is Speaker Johnson saying something that's really shocking, actually. Let's hear this.
A very patient guy, but I have had it with these people. They're playing games with real people's lives. The theory we have right now, they have a Hate America rally that's scheduled for October 18th on the National Mall. It's all the pro-Hamas wing and the Antifa people. They're all coming out. Some of the House Democrats are selling T-shirts for the event, and it's being told to us that they won't be able to reopen the government until after that rally because they can't face their rabid base. I mean, this is serious business hurting real people. And I'm beyond words. I can't believe they're actually doing this.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you're talking about that No Kings rally. Real quickly before we move on to another topic.
So, I mean, he hasn't provided any evidence of that, but would you find it at all surprising? I mean, it's the least surprising thing in the world, making a calculation like that. Well, don't want to take steam out of the TDS rally, right? Least surprising thing in the world. I don't think they have to worry about it. I don't think the TDS is going to go down at all, regardless, right? I think the revolutionary communists that are going to show up and, throw bricks and stuff, they're still going to be revolutionary communists. They're still going to hate, the Western world just as much. I don't think it will matter to them very much. But this sort of political calculation is totally plausible, totally believable. In fact, it's expected at this point, isn't it? All right. All right. So let's go to the chat for a minute. Now, apparently, Selma Hayek here. What's the story here? Apparently, she lost a bet in 2008 and had to dress like this on German TV. So that's why she's dressed like that on German TV. I don't know. I like it. I like it. Now, the image isn't quite big enough for the screen. So what should we do? Should it be here or should we bring it down here? I don't know. I mean, that's nice. She's got a beautiful face. But then this, though, if it's up a little bit, then that's also a wonderful view. I don't know. I mean, I'm just interested in German television. So I don't know. Maybe we'll go like here. There we go. That's it. All right. Now what the hell are we talking about? What are you guys talking about? What are you crazy bastards talking about? So Rosie concedes that Selma is a woman. She says, I do not remember what people look like. Well, that's the thing. Rosie does have a thing where she can't recognize faces. That's a real thing. She looks more feminine in the pool. Isn't she the one who teaches swimming on your show? Yes, but I don't know what happened to that. That just disappeared. Sometimes things just get erased and they just disappear out of the bookmark. So I don't know. We got this. Rosie says, blessed are the peacemakers. Nice. Yes. But they don't get the Nobel Peace Prize for some reason if their name is Trump. Xerxes. How you doing, Xerxes? Who cares about the Nobel Prize anymore? It lost any meaning when they gave it to Obama. Yeah, that they gave it to him for nothing. And then he immediately became the drone king, right? Millions of people around the world worried that one of Obama's drones was going to get him any second. So, yeah, it did completely lose any meaning when that happened. Did they give one to Greta Thunberg yet? I'm sure they probably have. I don't know. But they would have given it to her. If there's a Nobel anti-capitalism prize, I'm sure she'd get it. Because that's all it was with Greta. It turns out, now we know, she's just a commie. Also, I want to say, for you guys watching on Rumble right now, I'm in the Rumble Creator Program. I've got to have a certain amount of hours watched for the live streams. I've got to have a certain amount of hours streamed, premium hours streamed. We'll be back Monday, by the way. Late on Monday, because I've got a Thanksgiving dinner with the folks. So like 8 o'clock on Monday. But what was my point? Yeah. So, and I got to have a certain amount of unique chatters, people in the chat. Right. So we're close and we just need like another 4 more. So anybody who's watching who hasn't been in the chat this month, go in, just like, you know what? If you go in, just type like the letter 1 or something, right? And or just A or something, or just go in there and just say hi or something. You don't have to do anything else. Just do that. Just help me get over the top before I go off on my road trip. I guess on Thursday. This next coming up Thursday. So please do that for me. Thank you very much. And also for YouTube people, hold on. All right. YouTube people, new channel, Radio Baloney News. Radio Baloney News. So the channel you're watching right now is the regular Radio Baloney, the one with 13,000 subscribers. This is live streams and Canadian news now. From now on, everything that's not that is going on Radio Baloney News, the new channel on YouTube. I need you guys to help me out. The algorithm is not going to help me. All of the world news, like what's happening in the UK, for instance, US news, meme reviews, all that stuff. You can see the videos down here. There's Australia's censorship queen. CNN stuff, Pete Hegseth, meme reviews. Subscribe to that. You can catch all of that content. Thank you very much. All right, back to it. Rosie says, the Machado woman from Venezuela, she is an amazing woman. Her life is on the line with constant threats from Maduro, yet she remains in Venezuela, encouraging and leading. Yeah, so brave woman. Rosie says, awesome that she dedicated it to him. Well, he's our main backer too, right? So, Spambot Fodder asks, is Fetterman allergic to nice clothes? I think that he is. I think he's just a slob, I think is what it comes down to. But Rosie makes a good point here, though. She says talking about Fetterman, he seems to have more to deal with than fashion. Well, yeah, he's still recovering from that stroke, although he's improved an enormous amount. Spambot then retorts, I have seen better dressed drug dealers and drag queens compared to Fetterman. Uh-oh, that was nasty. That was hard hitting. Rosie says, I think he's still recovering, right? He has come a long way. Maybe his next step will be a wardrobe. So a retort coming back with a little bit of compassion there. I think it works. Let's see. And then Trudeau Survivor comes out of nowhere with this one. Fetterman is the antidote to people like Karine Jean-Pierre, who wear the most awful outfits. Where the hell did that come from? But I like it. Uh-oh, looks like we lost Spambot already. Sleep back in. Well, Spambot is the hardest working man in the chat. No questions about it. We can't begrudge him the sleep. All right, so he's going to catch the replay at 4 times speed. I guess that means we can do a little they-them energy tonight. I guess we can. Let's see. Rosie says, Maria Corina Machado wrote in Spanish, Conquistar la Libertad. It was translated to conquer liberty. Conquistar could also be translated to win over liberty. That makes more sense to me. That makes more sense to me. I think that was a bad translation. All right. Well, seeing as how we lost Spambot, so it's not a regular, usual they-them energy night, but if Spam's not here, that does give us the opportunity, because I need a little bit of energy right now. I'm a little low on energy. Anybody running low on energy out there? Anybody? Because I had some coffee. I had a couple of espressos, a couple of doubles. I smoked some crack. I had some of that blue meth from Breaking Bad. Still nothing. I had 6 polar bear adrenal glands, right? Nothing, still nothing. I mean, what can I do? Where can I get the kind of energy required to keep on with this hours-long...
They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy.
And Teapot, and I'm back. Yeah. I mean, not really. I don't know. I don't feel that much more energetic. I don't think it's the best spokesperson. I got to be honest. All right. Now what are we doing? I guess we're going to keep moving on. So what's happening here? So there are people like this who originate from the Middle East who keep trying to warn us, and the mainstream media refuses to listen to them. For some reason, it's like they're invisible to the mainstream media when they say things like that. It's like they can't even see them, right? They're not even there. They're not even in the room. It's impossible. from Wall Street Apes posted this. A former Canadian politician from Iran has a warning for America about Muslims. Quote, Iranian here. Well, let's just hear her say it herself.
Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle East. No one in the Middle East actually blocks intersections to pray in the streets and yell Allahu Akbar. The reason that they do it in your countries is because they're trying to assert their religious dominance over you and claim your country and turn it into Sharia law. Now you know. Iranian here.
Yeah, and that's been obvious all along. Again, the media just seems to be so naive on this. It's just it would never occur to them that it seems a bit odd. And why are they doing that? And do they do that in the Middle East? Do they do that in Saudi Arabia? Do they block off the streets so they can pray and scream Allahu Akbar? That apparently they don't. You never see video of that. They only do it in Western countries. And I think this warning is for just any Western country, not specifically the States or Canada, or just all of them. They're doing it as a display of dominance. Obviously, they don't have to do that, right? They know it's going to piss people off, because why wouldn't it? Of course it is, right? You're saying that this piece of land is ours now. This is ours. That's what they're saying. Obviously, they're saying we are going to do this right in your face, and you're so weak that you won't do anything about it. Like, they must be laughing, right? Like, Catholics don't go out and do this. Mormons don't go out and do this. The Amish don't go out and do this, right? It's just the one group. And the question is why? And it's a question that never gets asked in Western media. Never. Why won't they ask that question? Why? Well, I think it's because they already know the answer, right? And that's not part of the narrative. That's an anti-narrative thing. So, in other words, so accurately describing reality would be against the media's narrative. So they just don't touch it. It's invisible. This woman is going to be invisible. What she has just done here is going to be invisible to the Canadian media, to the American media. You could show it to them and they'll just say, I don't see anything. There's nothing there. I can't hear anything. No, there's nothing. It's just easier for them that way. It's just easier for them to destroy and ruin Western civilization that way. And that's why they do it. That's why they do it. Let's see. Let's see. So what is the punishment for that? Let's see. For all this stuff, for the constant mobs screaming death to Canada and all of that and blocking off the streets, Ottawa just announced it will cancel noise fines for pro-Palestinian protesters, only for the pro-Palestinian protesters, though, citing the importance of protecting freedom of expression. Can you believe it? The same people who brought you the Emergencies Act and canceling people's bank accounts and legally persecuting people for years. The same people who brought you that have brought you now we're just not going to have noise fines for pro-Palestinian protesters because I guess these are Canadian values now, as Mark Carney would say. Same entity that handed out hundreds of tickets, froze bank accounts, and invoked the Emergencies Act during the Freedom Convoy now says that protest noise is a matter of democratic rights. Shouldn't it be a scandal? Shouldn't it be a scandal? Ottawa cancels noise fines for pro-Palestinian protesters. And yet CBC News isn't going to be upset about this. It's fine. It's fine because CBC, I think, is in favor of anarcho-tyranny, where laws are just arbitrarily applied depending on politics. So it'll be fine with them. Let's see. What's going on here? Welcome to Montreal, the lawless, ultra-radical Islamist shithole, that's harsh, of the Western Hemisphere. Here we go. So that was on September 1st. That one's a little bit old. All right. Of course, they were out celebrating on October 7th, right? Who is this woman, though? Hold on. So, who is this woman? I thought I'd take a little bit of a look into her story. So, she is Goldie Gamari, and she did not seek re-election in the last election. MPP from Carleton was ousted from the Progressive Conservative Caucus last year. So that's the fake conservative Doug Ford's party, the Progressive Conservatives, which is just the Liberal Party. They're just the Liberals. So she was ousted from the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario. What for? Let's see. She looks like a white supremacist extremist to me. I bet you it's that. I bet you it's that. Let's see. So, yeah, she didn't run again in the 2012 provincial election after getting booted from the Progressive Conservatives. She sat as an independent afterwards. Hold on. So, hold on. Why was that? Hold on. Hold on. Did they explain why? Oh, here we go. So she won the Carleton riding for the PCs in 2018 and 2022 with about 50% of the vote, but was removed from the party caucus last year after meeting with a far right British activist. Can anybody guess who? Anybody guess who that far right British activist was? The far right British activist and anti-Islam campaigner. Keep in mind, the woman from Iran met with the anti-Islam campaigner and who the far right British activist. They don't tell us who, though. They don't tell us who for some reason. I mean, it's a pretty well-known name. Why wouldn't they tell us? Let's see. How about this one? Ontario, this is from Global. Ontario PC MPP thrown out of caucus after meeting with far-right figure Tommy Robinson. Far-right figure Tommy Robinson. He's not actually far-right. He just accurately describes reality, which I guess is far-right now. I guess he's so correct that he's far correct. Maybe that's a better way to put it. So yeah, Tommy Robinson. She met with Tommy Robinson. Elon Musk says this: why is Tommy Robinson in a solitary confinement prison for telling the truth? He should be freed, and all those who covered up this travesty should take his place in that cell. So yeah, Tommy Robinson has been persecuted by the British government over and over again for telling the truth. Inevitable West said Tommy Robinson was smeared as a far-right racist for exposing the mass betrayal of English girls by the state, the grooming gangs. The nation owes him an apology. And he's been warning about the things that are happening that have been happening in the UK for decades now. He's the only one for years who would talk about it openly and just accurately describe reality. Well, looks like the UK has caught up. The Unite the Kingdom rally had about 1 million people. That was his rally. 1 million people, just nice people, families, not far right, because Tommy Robinson isn't far right. He's just accurately describing reality, accurately describing the problems they have there with mass immigration, and there is a problem with Islamism there. There was just another terrorist attack there against a synagogue. Right? It's a constant problem, and you can't just hide your head in the sand. He is not willing to hide his head in the sand. He has not been, and he's been proven absolutely 100% right. Therefore, he's far right because he's been so right. So this is how pathetic Canada is. So this woman from Iran, who's Iranian, who has Iranian heritage, this woman, is kicked out of a conservative party in Canada for meeting with Tommy Robinson. Because I guess that makes her far right. Or like what? Like, what do they mean when they say far right exactly? Right? She comes from an Islamic culture. Can she not talk about that culture herself? Does that make her far right? It's also insane. Canada is nuts and woke beyond belief. It's freaking crazy. All right, let's move on. Let's see. Trudeau survivor says she has black painted fingernails like Mrs. Baloney. Does she there? Does she? Who does? Oh, who are you talking about there? I don't know what the hell's going on. I never know what's happening. Oh, we got to do chocolate for Rosie, don't we? God damn it. All right. It's part of the intense negotiations we've had on this channel about when doing they them energy is appropriate. The deal was that if we do they them energy, we got to do chocolate. I don't really like it. I don't like this arrangement, but I agreed to it, so I guess we got to do it. Chocolat. That's how we say it on this channel, by the way. Chocolat. Let's see. Why did they bring her up? I just typed in chocolate. Whoa. I got to be careful. Hold on. All right. I'll just have to do this. I'm just showing what comes up here. All right. So, okay, this, you know what? X really is kind of a sewer, isn't it? It really is. This will have to do. This is like a crazy chocolate store. All right, let's check it out. One of the world's most decadent chocolate shops. So look at that. That's pretty fancy. That's got to be in like France, wouldn't you say? It's got to be. That's got to be in France. That can't be anywhere else. It's got to be in Paris or something. I don't know. Pretty nice. So, and you can see all the chocolates down here. I have fulfilled my obligation. All right. Now what the hell's going on? Maybe we'll do an ad read or something. I don't know. Everything's so crazy these days. Let's see. Are there any good ones for me here? Oh, NFL tune-in season. All right, that's an exciting one. I think we like that. Do we like it when I try to do this one as Winston Churchill? I think we love that one. Let's do it. I've got to stick to the script. Oh. Not letting me do it. All right, let's try that again. Sometimes it doesn't let me do it. I don't know why. I don't know. Let's see. There we go. Let's try it again. Hey, football fanatics. Are you ready for some prime-time NFL action? Tune in to Westwood One for all the gridiron glory you crave. From jaw-dropping touchdowns to game-changing plays, don't miss a moment of the excitement. Catch every snap, every tackle, and every victory on Westwood One. You can listen to the NFL on the NFL app, on the Westwood One Sports app, on WestwoodOneSports.com, via Westwood One station streams, or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One. I want to write my own ad for Westwood One. It would go like this. We shall Westwood One on the beaches. We shall Westwood One on the landing stages. We shall Westwood One in the hills and on the streets. We shall Westwood One in the hills. We shall never not Westwood One. I think they should pay me to do that. I think everybody would enjoy it. Let's see. Now what's going on? I'm going to go all the way through this. All right. Xerxes says, yeah, it's so bad. My daughter is mad at me for supporting ICE. Trudeau Survivor asks, how old is your daughter? Xerxes says 45. Gee, you know what? She's too old for that. It's too old for that. The time for childish things is over. Damn it. My condolences. I'm very sorry. Let's see. Xerxes says the crazy leftists are more compassionate towards illegal aliens and Palestinians than their own family or country. Marxism has affected their common sense. I think that's a great point. But Rosie says, no, all people with teleprompters always tell the truth. They write it down so they can remember the truth and read it accurately. That's responding to an earlier quote, but we'll go back and read that. But I think Rosie's making a great point there, obviously. All right. What's this? Rosie says Mr. Robinson would be golden if he changed his name to Ultimi Robin Sahami. He could do no wrong. That's a great point. Trudeau Survivor says Goldie Gamari has black painted fingernails. Okay. Thank you for that correction. Xerxes says, I was a lefty for a long time. So was I. So was I. Her father still is. That's mostly why. My younger daughter is MAGA. I'm glad she's seen the light. Rosie says, let's have Radio Baloney Con at the chocolate shop. Never. Trudeau Survivor says you can have open borders or you can have... that just jumped on me. You can have open borders, you can have social programs, but you can't have both. This is such an amazingly good point and such an obvious point, right? It's just simple math, right? Like there's a certain amount of resources. It's not very difficult thought experiments to come to this conclusion, right? Like, okay, so you've got the same amount of resources and say you import 100 million people the next year. What's going to happen? Right? This isn't hard. This is not difficult stuff. But I guess for people who think 2 + 2 = 5, I guess maybe it is. Rosie says, your poor throat, terrible ad. Yeah, I know, because that hurts my throat doing that much Winston Churchill. Terrible ad. Your composed ad is awesome. 10 out of 10. Well, thank you so much. That's the most you can get out of 10, I believe. Xerxes says, Richie is scaring me. Good. That's what I intended. Trudeau Survivor says, RB is reading an ad, but don't see a QR code on the screen. Well, that's weird. Did I miss that? Huh. I don't know. It's supposed to just automatically go up. Ottawa, how you doing? All right. Well, you're a bit late, but we got lots more to do. Ray, thank you very much. Ray of Ram, thank you very much for jumping in for the unique chatter. Thank you very much. Now, this is setting a great example for everybody, right? Be like Ray. Everybody be like Ray. Ray, thank you so much. Anybody else out there who has not gone into the chat yet, jump in and just say anything. Just say anything. I need the unique chatters. Thank you very much. Ray, you're awesome. All right, let's get to it. What do we do next? We already did that. Actually, we've got some more UK stuff. So hold on. What's going on? There we go. Okay. So check this out. Now, this was posted by Wall Street Apes. Says the UK. So this was posted by Wall Street Apes. The UK is finished. He says, well, there is a full court press to turn the UK into Airstrip 1 from 1984. And when you've got 12,000 people a year being arrested for things, saying naughty things on Twitter or things that the government thinks are naughty on, X, formerly Twitter, you've got a problem. Like when you've got non-crime hate crimes, some Orwellian thing like that, where just the police will just show up. Somebody felt offended, and they'll just show up for a non-crime hate incident, I think they call it. Clearly intimidation. It is shocking how low the UK has fallen, and it appears that the Labour Party in the UK is just declared full-on war on the working class. So anyway, let's hear this.
I now have a criminal record because I wrote in the Critic magazine that my stalker was a man.
Because he is a man.
He is a man, yes, but the police said that misgendering him was contrary to the Online Safety Act because it was spreading false information and had caused Lindsay Watson.
Think about that. Online Safety Act. It doesn't get any more Orwellian than that, does it?
Serious, non-trivial psychological harm. I now have a criminal record because I wrote in the Critic magazine that my stalker was a man.
So that's a former police officer right there. And it doesn't get Online Safety Act. It doesn't get any more Orwellian than that. When they say that they're doing it for your safety, they're not. They're doing it for their safety. Let's see. Meanwhile, in London, from Concerned Citizen, this will probably, if you tweet about this will probably get you a visit from the police. Some of the new modern-day Londoners have decided to turn this public car park into their own personal tip or garbage dump. Says literally import the third world and become the third world. This is what Sadiq Khan wants. Sadiq Khan is the mayor of London, who it seems like he might have an agenda that he's not publicizing. So there you go. Hold on. I got to turn the music off. So just dumping all this garbage in a car park because you can get away with it. And who cares about England, right? They got there, and I guess England is just there for them. The UK is just there for them to exploit. And it appears that's what they're doing. And they just don't care. Now, this is become a problem in Canada as well with, I guess newcomers just using nature, just using Canada's beautiful nature as a garbage dump. So, yeah, I mean, look, culture is real, right? So different cultures are different, and those differences are real. And not everybody is the same, and not every culture is the same. It turns out culture really does matter. And that should be obvious. There's nothing racist in saying that. You're not talking about a race. You're talking about culture. Just total lunacy. Let's see. Have we got anything else here? All right. So you have this guy. So here's a champagne socialist in the UK. He's an ex-soccer player, Gary Neville. And, he's part of the kind of media elite, I guess the sports media elite there. And he is very much hewing to a narrative that will keep his position safe. If you want your position in the media in the UK to be safe, you have to take this position. And being wealthy, he's not experiencing things that the working class in the UK are experiencing. So he's got the luxury of having luxury boutique beliefs. Let's listen to this.
So I've just left my house and walking into the office, waking up obviously, seeing the news last night and the news this morning dominated by the horrific attacks within the Jewish community just about a mile from here. And
all right, so he's talking about the horrific attacks against the synagogue. 2 people were killed, many injured. So where do you think he's going to go with this? Who do you think he's going to blame? Who do you think he's going to blame? There's only one group that's safe to blame for him.
I was driving home from Salford City last night. I was driving actually to Salford City, going down a Littleton Road, seeing 60, probably 50 or 60 Union Jack flags. And on the way back, I went down the parallel road, which is Berrynew Road, which has got the Jewish community right at its heart. And they're out on the streets, defiant, not hiding or in fear. And I just kept thinking as I was driving home last night that we're all being turned on each other. And the division.
So, terrorist attack on a synagogue, and his concern is too many Union Jacks, and it makes him uncomfortable. So, these are the people that will watch their own civilization burnt down around them, right? BBC's Gary Neville blames Islamist terror attack on Manchester synagogue on middle-aged white men putting up Union Jack flags. Let's see. So you don't have to be Gary Neville, by the way, because you don't have to be. Just because you're part of the cultural elite, it doesn't mean you have to be him. Here's Simon Jordan from TalkSport, who utterly destroys Gary Neville. Now, I've actually watched Simon Jordan a lot because he covers boxing. Boxing's quite big in the UK, and I like boxing. So I'm surprised to see this, but it's heartening, and it shows you that something is turned, right? And you see with the rise of reform and the fall of the Conservative Party, and the Conservative Party that had absolutely betrayed the British people and their own voters for 14, 15 years. But let's hear this.
I think it's astonishing in the wake of an Islamist terror attack that he decides to have a go at middle-aged white men. Maybe the angry middle-aged white men are the ones that worked on minimum wage inside his hotel. I don't know. I think he's a champagne socialist and a coward. I think it's a dreadful thing to have said.
How is he a coward?
Well, I think the real issue is about radical Islamist extremism, and he doesn't have the balls to call it out for what it is, rather than suggest that people that are challenging our country about what's happening, he's insulated from these things. He lives in a very rarefied world where his money and privilege has enabled him to live behind a gated environment, not have to worry about NHS appointments, not have to worry about people being attacked in the streets by immigrants that shouldn't be here in the first place. He doesn't have to worry about these things. And so he has the ability to be able to sit there and observe in such a way that insulates himself from it. And I think it's an appalling stance to have taken. He's entitled to his view. He's entitled to a view. We are quite happy to wave every other flag in this country, whether it's Palestinian flags, Ukraine flags, or any other flag that we feel that we're able to wave. But when you're talking about people in this country that have legitimate concerns and want to have a legitimate value set and push back against what they're having forced upon them, for Gary Neville to say what he's just said is the exact embodiment of what I said, which is a champagne socialist, which is insulated from the real world, and a coward, because the real issue is about some of the extremism that's going on in this country.
So that's a change. Things are turning, right? The Overton window has shifted there. And it's not just, you can't just say that it's a bunch of football hooligans, right? Can't say that. But there's one other person who wanted to make their opinion known on this. And this is an absolute 100% version of British. A British woman talks about Gary Neville. This is Basil the Great. Let's take a look. If you have any children in the room, cover their ears. Here we go.
Listen, Gary Neville, you fucking arse-shagging cunt. The reason you're slagging off white English men, calling them fucking bullies and troublemakers, is because they have bollocks, right? They ain't sold their asses for fame or money like you and the rest of your fucking pals, all you footballers that earn fucking multi-millions. You sold your arseholes. That's why you do all the symbols. You're dictated to, just like the actors and actresses and the music industry. Right? How fucking dare you, you fucking bastard, slag off white Englishmen? I hope karma catches your fucking arse, you cunt, and you lose all your popularity because you're a wanker. You're not patriotic. You sold your ass to the devil like the fucking rest of you, you cunts, because that's the only reason you got money, right? So you had a bit of talent, but that's all it fucking was, you cunt. You are a fucking disgrace to the country, and anyone after this that supports you or any of you footballers, shame on you. You're a bunch of cunts who's had your asses stretched, right, for fame and money, and you have the audacity with everything going on in this country, all the tragedies and all the fucking attempted takeover. You're no good, you cunt.
I think she makes a great point. I think she makes a great point there. I did tell you, cover your children's ears. Maybe that's why we do this show late on a Friday night. I think she makes some great points there, though. I think she makes some excellent points. And I think this is an expression of contempt for the Champagne socialists, for the ruling class there, who do not care about just normal working people, normal British people, right? Who actually have to bear the brunt of the insane globalist policies that apparently, this Gary Neville supports, you have to assume, right? Let's see, Xerxes, she did say the C word. Yes, she did. And she did say the F word. Izzy says she isn't wrong. She is not wrong. And Ottawa James says exactly, Izzy, yes. Let's see. All right. Let's I don't know. We could just end off the stream with that. I got to be honest. It was kind of perfect. Let's see. All right. We've already done that. Let's move on. All right. So let's talk about the so Mark Carney seems more concerned with censoring Canadians than actually fixing the economy, than fixing inflation or creating jobs or getting a trade deal with a tariff deal with Donald Trump. He seems more in terms of legislation, it seems to be his priority seems to be censorship and hate laws. And of course, that's just censorship. MP Andrew Lawton exposes Sean Fraser and Bill C9. So right now you've got Bill C2, you've got Bill C8, you got Bill C9. They're going to be bringing back Bill 63 soon. That's the worst of them all. That's the one with the dystopian future crimes. So you can be punished for a crime that you haven't committed, but some activist judge thinks you might commit in the future. Yeah, this is a tsunami. It's even worse than I feared it would be. I knew they were going to want to do this. I knew Carney, the globalist, self-described elitist globalist, was going to want to do this, but it's even worse than I feared at this point. Let's take a look at this.
C9 makes reference specifically with hate symbols to public spaces. Just to confirm, does that include the internet?
Generally speaking, the law will apply equally online as it does in real communities.
So this bill will affect what people can say and write on the internet?
Just in the limited circumstances where there is the willful promotion of hatred against
It will apply
someone.
to the internet. The internet is within the jurisdiction of...
It would be possible that someone could commit a hate crime on the internet, certainly.
So building off of Mr. Baber's points about the lower threshold.
I think we all know this is about censoring the internet. Oh, yeah, well, I guess it could be used on the internet, I guess. Sure, we know exactly what this is for
the definition of speech. There is, under this law, assuming Bill C-9 passes, something that might not be legal to say today on the internet. Or it might be legal to say on the internet, could actually be illegal in the future under C-9, could it not?
No, that's entirely inaccurate. And I say that with no judgment to your perspective, but let me explain. The only circumstance where you could imagine some online comment attracting scrutiny under this law would attach to behavior that is criminal today, but would be punished less severely. The symbols piece that you pointed to, for example, is attached only to the willful promotion of hate. This is not a blanket symbols ban. The willful promotion of hate is a crime today, but we want to recognize a distinct charge where that same behavior uses certain symbols of hate to bring a higher degree of culpability. So there is no new human behavior that would attract the scrutiny.
I understand, but I'm building off of the discussion earlier on the definition. Is your view that the change in wording, and there was a change in wording, you made a deliberate decision to change the definition that was spelled out in Keekstra and reaffirmed in Watcott?
Well, he's talking about the definition of hatred. So that was originally in Bill C-63. That bill got tossed out when Trudeau prorogued Parliament. So they've taken that, stuck it into this one now, and it basically redefines hate into this nebulous thing that can be used arbitrarily for political purposes. It can just mean whatever somebody wants it to mean with this new definition. So you get the point there, right? Yes, it's for the internet. It's for the internet. And you have to understand that there's a lot of stories, especially stuff to do with the Hamas snakes out on the street, Antifa, that does not get covered by mainstream media. They hide that. They try to make that invisible. That only gets covered by independent journalists, and that is why they want to censor the internet. All right, let's go to here. And this is from Jeremy McKenzie, who has been persecuted by the Canadian government. And I cannot stress enough how gravely serious this is and how much danger all of you are in should this come into reality. These people must be stopped, or the horrors we will suffer will be deserved. We knew better. So here we have John Carpe from Justice Center. I believe that's Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. Here he is, basically summing up Bill C-2, Bill C-8, Bill C-9. Let's take a look.
Canada will be a police state by Christmas if Parliament passes Bills C-2, C-8, and C-9 in their current form. C-2 is the Strong Borders Act. It should be called the Strong Surveillance Act. It empowers Canada Post to open letter mail without a warrant. It criminalizes the use of cash in amounts greater than $10,000. And it empowers a vast army of government officials, not just police, to conduct warrantless searches of the computers and cell phones of Canadians. It is a massive invasion of privacy. It's extremely dangerous. There have been warnings that the Online Harms Act, which prior to the last election was known as Bill C-63, might be reintroduced. If the Online Harms Act is brought back and passed into law, you're going to see the Canadian Human Rights Commission with massive new powers to prosecute Canadians over offensive non-criminal speech with penalties up to $50,000. You're going to see a Digital Safety Commission with a vast army of bureaucrats to enforce federal regulations that are passed in respect of the internet and internet contents. And you're going to see Canadians punished preemptively because their neighbor fears that they might commit a hate speech crime in future, the Online Harms Act would authorize judges.
Yeah, that's not made up. That's not exaggeration. That is literal future crimes.
To place Canadians under house arrest and wear an ankle bracelet in respect to curfew, etc. Giving federal cabinet ministers power to kick Canadians off the internet is not necessary for protecting public safety or defending our national security. Our freedoms are.
By the way, that's for any reason. We've been through, watch my videos on this, subscribe to the channel, watch my videos on this. That's in Bill C8. They can just do that for any reason, and they don't even have to disclose it. Like, just get your head around that. It says in the law, for any reason whatsoever, right? They don't need a reason. They can just deny internet service, telecommunication services to anybody for any reason.
Fragile. It's imperative that every Canadian contact their member of parliament, whether your MP is Liberal, Conservative, NDP, Bloc, or Green, does not matter. Contact your member of parliament and tell him or her to vote against bills C2, C8, C9, and tell them to not bring back the Online Harms Act. I'm John Carpe. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have the NDP, which will certainly vote for any of these, which will love them. Their NDP it used to be the furthest left party in Canada, and now it competes with the Liberals, the so-called Liberals, the illiberal party, the radical leftist party that is run by Mark Carney. Now they compete with them to be the furthest left. They will love this. They will love the authoritarianism in it. They are, they should just call themselves the woke party, is what they should do. So I really think this legislation is probably going to pass. Well, almost certainly going to pass. And it will still have to go through the Senate. Senate's packed with Trudeau appointees, but maybe there's some hope there. We'll have to see. But Canada could be getting really, really dystopian very soon. And, I will have to, if these bills all do pass, at some point, especially the Online Harms Act, Bill C-63, you got to start considering whether or not you can even have like a YouTube channel anymore and talk about anything important. It's that scary. Dr. Leslyn Lewis posted this. If Liberal Bill C-8 were truly about security and privacy, well, it's supposed to be about cybersecurity. But it gives the government insane powers to just ban people from telecommunication services, literally for any reason. It says that in the bill. So Leslyn Lewis, conservative in Canada, if Liberal Bill C-8 were truly about security and privacy, you would expect the government to consult its own privacy commissioner. Yet the commissioner's office was never even contacted about the legislation. Once again, the Liberals have shown that their priority isn't protecting Canadian security, it's centralizing power in the government and the minister's office. So, Privacy Commissioner not consulted on cybersecurity legislation. Bill C-8 would give the federal government power to deny internet products and services to any person it deems an online threat. Well, obviously, they're not going to consult the Privacy Commissioner. Obviously, they want to be able to rule as tyrants and silence anybody, because if you deny somebody internet services, telecommunication services, you've silenced them. You've just removed them really from the economy in a very large way, and certainly from the public discourse. So why would they bother? I mean, the goal is very clear, right? So the Privacy Commissioner will tell them, don't do that. And they don't want to hear that, right? They just want to take over and rule as tyrants. Yeah, it's all insane, people. It's all insane. Canada's just getting scary. Soon it will be like the UK. Let's see what's going on here. What are you guys saying? It is a serious problem, and I talked about this before Parliament was prorogued and Online Harms Act was thrown out. That like I gotta make choices. Like if that bill goes through, I have to think like, can I even have a channel and talk about the things I talk about? It's a serious question. Let's see. JDL got the 10th like. Hit the like button, everybody. 10th like. That gets you 1.04 good karmas. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Everybody be like JDL and get a like. Get that free good karma right now. You know you love it. Everybody subscribe everywhere that you are. Everywhere you are in the world, subscribe now. Join hands and subscribe to the various channels that we're on right now live all together. Hold hands, just like in that old Coca-Cola commercial. This could be so beautiful, people. Don't you understand how beautiful this could be? We could bring the whole world together right now. Or at least, like a few people. Wouldn't that be nice? Now, if you're on YouTube, for Rumble people, don't worry about it. If you're on YouTube, there's a new channel there. Rumble, everything's still going on the same channel. Don't worry. But if you are on YouTube, the channel you're watching right now is now for live streams and Canadian news. Everything else, world news, US news, UK news, meme reviews, all that kind of stuff, going to be on Radio Baloney News. I count on you guys to go there and subscribe because obviously the YouTube algorithm is not going to help me out. So I rely on you. I rely on the kindness of strangers for this. Although you're not really strangers. We're all family now, aren't we? All right. And look, censorship queen in Australia, demented Democrat writing crazy messages. Horrible, horrible messages. CNN host destroyed meme reviews. Woke is over, Pete Hegseth says in the U.S. military. That's a good one. All right. Now what the hell are we doing? I don't even know anymore. Trudeau Survivor says Sean Fraser is a World Economic Forum Young Leaders Award recipient. Well, half of the cabinet is, right? Half of the Liberal cabinet is. Izzy says calling a man an address is a hate crime. What other facts will be hate crimes? Everything, anything real. JDL makes a great point. Party like it's 1999. Do it. Because with this whole Russia thing, Russia-Ukraine war, and NATO's and Europe's insane attitude towards it, maybe partying like it's 1999 might be appropriate. Ottawa James says Sean Fraser is a goof. He is a goof. I couldn't have put it any better myself. Let's see. Sean Fraser, he ruined housing. He ruined immigration. Now he's ruining, what is he, the justice minister? Now he's ruining justice as well. Maybe he is the man who's done the most harm to the country of anybody, maybe even more so than Trudeau himself. Radio Streamer says one could argue most political discourse is done on the internet now. Therefore, the bill is mostly for the internet. Yes, exactly. I think that's obvious, isn't it? Ottawa James says Andrew Lawton is a good addition to the Conservative team. Yeah, he's great, and he has a lot of experience as a independent journalist in Canada as well, which is going to help him out. JDL says fascist got a fascist. Yep. Let's see. Let's go down a little bit. Rosie says this legislation is evil. All of it's evil. All of it is. It's a power grab is what it is. They want to intimidate Canadians into being afraid to stand against them publicly, right? The hope being that then people will only get the news off of CBC or Global or CTV, and they won't know what's happening, so they'll keep voting for them. Ottawa says, I have a lot of respect for Leslie Noose. I do too. I liked her. I've liked her for years now. I think she's great. Let's see. JDL says, I got karma. Now look out, world. That's the attitude I like right there. Xerxes says, what did all those dystopian books do when people are lining up for this censorship? Well, yeah, like, I guess, like Fahrenheit 451 in 1984 and Brave New World. I think 1984 is the best one of that bunch, by the way. Yeah, it's terrifying. The less educated people are the less stupid because they are not so indoctrinated. Well, if you're going to college now, especially if you're in like liberal arts, you are getting indoctrinated and you are being intentionally miseducated, right? They're leaving an enormous amount out. They are, it's just a long propaganda cherry picking course, really. Tell you all the wonderful everything has to be leading towards revolution. Right. So every idea has to lean towards the revolution, to tearing down the old. So everything old, everything 15 minutes ago, bad. Let's see. Rosie says those books must have been instruction manuals. I think that's how they were taken, honestly. I really do. All right, you guys, I got to take a break for a couple of minutes just because I've had way too much coffee. So you guys know what that means. That means that I'm going to leave you with Selma Hayek. Actually, what's the next one? Let's go down. Oh, hold on. Let's see. No cooking. That's where we want to be. All right. So let's go down. And there's the egg salad. Oh no, this is the pottery one. It's a good one. I like it. We'll leave this on. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. This is a perfect time to subscribe to the channel and also to like the stream and also to become a channel member because it really is the best way to support the channel. Everybody knows that. And there's a lot of testimonials from people about how euphoric it made them to subscribe to the channel and to become a channel member. And I've heard that it's even better than gender euphoria. And the added bonus is that you don't even have to cut off your dick and balls or your tits. So get that euphoria right now. The best way anybody can help out the channel is to become a member or to gift a membership, and then you get to be best person ever. So that's a really nice thing, and it's a whole big dog and pony show, but you won't know until you actually do the thing that makes that happen. So, yeah. Another thing, I've had such an interesting relationship with my bladder since I've been doing these streams. When did we start? Like a couple of years ago now, something like that, almost doing them regular. And at first I could do like 5-hour long streams and I didn't have to go. And then I did, and I'd have to go like twice a stream. And then for a long time, until fairly recently, until like, I don't know, just a month or two ago, I could go do like a 4-hour stream longer. No problem. Didn't have to go, even drinking coffee and stuff. And now I'm back to it again. So this confuses me. Why would that be different? Does it mean that I'm dying? Does it mean that I'm dying? Does it mean that I'm dying? I don't think I am. Maybe it does. I don't know. Was I dying before and then I stopped dying, but now I'm dying again? Or does it mean now that I'm not dying, but I was dying before? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a doctor. So, I don't know, it's just something to think about, I guess. Anyway. She sure likes sculpting things, this lady. Sure does. All right. She's not wearing a bra, is she? I think I just noticed that. What are we talking about, though? Now what are we talking about? I don't know. What are you talking about? JDL says, end a tenure at university and college. Yeah, I think they got to do that. Agreed. End it everywhere. I mean, the purpose of it was so that it was supposed to preserve universities as a place of heterodoxy. So that wasn't just total ideological conformity. So if there's somebody with an unpopular idea, they wouldn't get fired, right, for having the wrong idea. So that it preserved this diversity of thought, which is what it's supposed to be. But when you'd end up with just total conformity, ideological conformity anyway, well, then it's not serving its purpose. So you might as well just get rid of it. It's not working. JDL says, so I don't have to be trans. Great. Yeah, you don't have to cut off anything. You can get the euphoria, which I've heard it's even better than gender euphoria. All you have to do is become a channel member or be a member already or gift a membership. And yeah, it's just as good. Better effect, better. And you don't have to chop nothing off. You don't got to chop nothing off. That's the main benefit. Let's see. Rosie says, wait, you're not a doctor? Gotta go. I am in the wrong stream. If somehow you've been reading medical advice into any of this, yeah, that's a big problem. Go see a real doctor immediately. Oh, that's funny. All right. Now what are we talking about? What are we, an hour and a half in? All right. So we already did all the hate stuff, and now Canada's turning into dystopian nightmare land. What's going on here? Illinois state troopers are dragging and arresting anti-ICE rioters outside the Broadview ICE facility near Chicago. President Trump is forcing the state of Illinois to finally address the lawlessness. Keep pushing 47. Well, this has got to be progress, right? This has got to be progress that they've been I guess, is it public opinion in Chicago or across the state? Let's force this. Yeah, the whole world is watching the police arrest a bunch of violent revolutionary communists. Yes. Like, are these people not aware? Like, it's not very long ago, just a couple of weeks ago, that somebody was shooting at an ICE facility and didn't kill any ICE people, was trying to kill ICE officers, ended up killing two of the illegal immigrants instead. And there was another one shortly before that. Like, are these people not aware of what's going on here? I mean, the level of stupidity. I really struggle to understand what's going on. Is it just a bunch of people that are there purely to get selfies to put on social media because it's seen as a cool thing, right? Do they wear their keffiyeh to this as well, or do they just save that for when they go to the Palestine things? There's another question I have. But what is the point? Is the point just, no, you have to have infinite Bomalians forever? Like, you just have to have infinite people in your country. You don't know who the hell they are. Just infinite people constantly moving into your country, constantly taking over your country. Is that their point? I don't get it. It's so baffling to me, the level of stupidity.
What will your actions say? What do your actions say?
It's just amazing. ICE is enforcing federal law, law that existed when Biden was president. He just didn't enforce it. But it's the same law as it was under Biden. It's just being enforced. I mean, these laws have happened through democratic processes, right? Through elected politicians. Are they aware of that? Do they think that Trump just made up a bunch of new laws about immigration, around immigration? Is that what they think? It's just truly baffling to me. All right. Let's keep going. So when was this from? This was from October 8th, a couple of days ago. Just in, countless anti-ICE protesters have now taken over the streets of Chicago. Maybe Chicago should be the next city I visit to expose. From Nick Sortor. Well, he's been spending some time in Portland. So it's actually not that big of a crowd, is it? So it'd be easy to see some large cohort in this is just being paid. I mean, this doesn't look like thousands of people to me or anything, right? It actually looks fairly kind of small. And again, you wonder what part of this would just be paid protesters. How many of these are just people out to get their selfies done? Maybe there's some people here who are hoping that some looting happens. Somebody starts breaking windows, and they can grab some new shoes or something. Not that impressive to me. All right. Let me go back to the chat just very briefly. Xerxes says, watching ICE arrest rioters is great entertainment. Yes. JDL wants his 22-year-old bladder back. If I had one for you, I would give it to you. I promise. Let's see. Izzy says, TDS is part of the woke mind virus. It is. As is anti-capitalism and gender theory and everything. Let's see. Xerxes says, the whole world is watching you guys get arrested. Yeah. All right. Now where the hell are we? Now what are we doing? I guess we are going to go here. So, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth makes a massive announcement Reenlistment has already met its year-long goal in the Marine Corps for 2026 in 2 weeks. Now, they were having a problem with enlistment when it was the Biden woke military, when it was the General Milley wants to know about white rage military. It was a bad look. The woke, they were going very hard to promote the military as being woke, and they were promoting DEI. There was full on woke, anti-American propaganda happening within the military. And read about the Russian Revolution, read about the Bolsheviks, and this will all be very familiar to you and also terrifying, right? I didn't pull one out for this, but let me just find, I want to find one of those recruitment videos. This should just take a second. Woke military recruitment video. This shouldn't take long. I think people did a lot of this stuff. Let's see. Hold on a second. Here we go. All right, let's check this out. So, recruitment was down.
Although I had a fairly typical childhood, took ballet, played violin, I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age. When I was 6 years old, one of my moms had an accident that left her paralyzed. Doctors said she might never walk again. But she tapped into my family's pride to get back on her feet, eventually standing at the altar to marry my other mom. With such powerful role models, I finished high school at the top of my class and then attended UC Davis, where I...
Okay, it doesn't exactly have China terrified, does it? Army recruiting ad under Trump. So that was a Biden recruiting ad. Not that he knew anything that was happening while he was president, but here's one under Trump. Let's check this one out.
Stronger people are harder to kill.
So that's a different message. So on one hand, you've got my two moms, and then the other one is stronger people are harder to kill. One feels a little bit more military to me than the my two moms. Let's check this out.
Stand up!
Wait a second. There's no lesbians in that one. Was there even one trans in that? I didn't see one of those guys wearing a wig. So, yeah. So things are different with Pete Hegseth. Let's hear this.
Recruitment in 2025, Mr. President. The first 2 weeks of 2026 already blows that out. FY 2026 already blows it out of the water. In fact, reenlistment has already met its year-long goal in the Marine Corps in 2026. In 2 weeks. Okay, you can't. There's no other way to create that kind of love and enthusiasm than with your leadership, sir. And it is an honor to work with Pam and with Christy and the cities across the country to make sure American citizens and law enforcement are protected with our National Guard. Recruitment in 2025.
Yeah, it's just such obvious common sense, right? And let me just show you a couple of his greatest hits here. Like, all just pragmatic, really. It's just common sense stuff.
No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses. No more climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris. As I've said before, and will say again, we are done with that shit. No more.
We are done with that shit. Yeah, all of that divisive, chaotic, dysfunctional shit. Yes. And again, it's sanity. It's a reintroduction of sanity. Let's take a look at this. Again, more sanity here, right?
Your diversity is not your strength. Your strength is your unity of purpose, your shared mission, your love of country. Your diversity is not your strength. Your strength is your unity of purpose, your shared mission, your love of country.
Yeah, that's just sanity. You're talking about a military. Has to be united. Has to be a well-oiled machine, right? Like they're trying to prevent other armies from murdering them, right? From killing them. They're trying, like, you have to be a well-oiled killing machine so that you don't get killed and the people around you don't get killed. So unity of purpose. Diversity is divisive. You can't have that. But that is what we saw. In fact, it's the United States is getting rid of it, thankfully, for their own benefit. Canadian military, literally tampons in the men's rooms. The UK military, I don't think, is doing any better. I can't imagine the German or the French are doing much better. Yeah. Yeah. So this is just a return to sanity, right? And the United States made the right decision in the last election. All right, let's move on. So let's actually move on to some other stuff. I want to watch something before we do more politics. Let's just watch some ridiculous palate cleanser stuff. So here's a pickle running away from the police.
It appears the passenger, a giant pickle, has exited the vehicle and is now fleeing on foot. Officers are in pursuit across the field. This is something you don't see every day.
It's a pickle. It's a pickle. It's not something you see every day.
Pickle and is now fleeing on foot. Officers are in pursuit across the field. This is something you don't see every day.
How does that happen, by the way? What did he do? This is known as the Gherkin's getaway. Let's relish the moment. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. All right. Why do you guys sent that in? What else we got here? So I thought this was interesting. Using what his girlfriend likes most, a man proposed to her with Pokemon cards. So, I mean, this is sweet, right? This is nice. I mean, let's just take a look.
There we go.
I want to see it.
That's right. Okay.
I feel like this might be from like that, something like, that Love on the Spectrum show where they bring like single autistic people together. And sense politics, doesn't it? That's just nice. I mean, it just as a palate cleanser from all of the horrible political stuff that we see. That's just nice. All the terrible things happening around the world. This is nice. I do feel like it's got that kind of Love on the Spectrum thing happening. And I certainly hope they don't start an OnlyFans, but this is really sweet, isn't it? Extremely sweet. All right. Let's see. What do we got next? This is also just nice. This is just something that makes you think, well, there is hope for the world. Two little soccer rivals went for the ball and ended up hugging instead. Come on, this is too precious. No, it can't be that precious. There's no way that could happen. Let's take a look.
Go, Ava, go. Other way, other way. There you go. Whoop. Keep up. Keep going.
Stand up. She's mad.
Hey, it's okay. Oh.
That is so precious. That is so precious. So precious, it makes me want to get a sex change operation. So I can know what it feels like to be a woman and see that. Not really, though. Absolutely precious. That's just nice. All right. Now what are we doing? What's this? Kitten gets startled by baby emu. I didn't think this could get any more precious. Yet here it is. Good Lord. Look at that.
Can't touch this.
Oh, no, I can't play that damn music. All right, let's move on. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see. JDL says, I've never used a tampon. I don't think I'm confused. Nevada says, I want to see him tackle the pickle. They must have eventually. I guess the footage just cut off. Rosie says, you can't even tell that's me in the pickle suit, can you? We couldn't, but I suspected it. All right. Judo Survivor says, for every chick recruited by the My Two Moms ad, 3 guys don't join. Yeah. Yes. I think that's, yes, they were having problems with recruiting. Let's see. Rosie says, that is a food chain, cat and bird. True, but eventually the emu gets big enough so that the cat is the food. Trudeau's Driver says, finally a soccer game with no flopping. That's the big problem with the soccer. I don't watch it. I don't watch it. I think I occasionally I guess I usually watch the World Cup game, I guess. Not everyone, but I have watched it. What's going on here? Ryan Garrettson posts, when Carney says reducing carbon is going to be a driver of competitiveness, that is a made-up requirement by him and others who determined years ago they could become rich off this scam. He is a terrible person pretending to be good. Well, exactly. He keeps talking about how his net zero carbon stuff will make Canadian companies more competitive. Competitive with who? Competitive with who? The United States is our main competitor in terms of energy, and they don't do any of this stuff. And they're signing huge deals, energy deals with the EU. And Mark Carney keeps telling us that, oh, well, we've got to do the net zero and make our product more expensive for no reason, to not change the world climate at all because EU. Yeah, but they're signing huge deals, energy deals with the States, who doesn't do any of this. So obviously he's lying. Who are we competing with? This China, India? Like, who exactly? It's all made up. This is so that Canadian money can be funneled into green boondoggles like carbon capture, which can't survive without subsidies from the government provided by Mark Carney. He is going to max out the country's credit card and mortgage the future of the country to subsidize a bunch of green boondoggles that can't exist without the government. That's what he's going to do. And, as a byproduct of that, he's going to make lots of money.
And to your point on climate commitments, are you at all considering repealing either the tanker ban or the emissions cap? Yes or no?
It depends, Rachel, and it does, because this is not, in order to satisfy all those conditions, it depends on what's done. What this government is interested in is in results, not objectives. We want to see results. We want to see lower carbon conventional energy, lower carbon mining, lower carbon manufacturing, because that is going to be a driver of competitiveness. It is also going to help us achieve our climate commitments, but most fundamentally.
Again, who are we competing with? We appear to be competing with ourselves. None of this makes any sense. The EU is cooling on this stuff. They've already excluded their heavy industry from all of this. considering the fiscal state of Europe and that it's a crumbling edifice. You've got Germany, the biggest economy in the EU, whose economy is contracting. So I feel like it's all going to go by the wayside as things continue to get worse there and they continue to get poorer. Who are we competing with? Like, apparently just us. That's it. Let's continue.
Fundamentally, it's going to make our businesses more competitive. And with respect to conventional energy projects, including pipelines, it is absolutely clear. All our discussions with proponents, all our discussions with the province of Alberta, for example, include material carbon capture and storage alongside conventional energy projects. These are very constructive discussions. They're very focused on outcomes, as I say, both from the province of...
Focused on outcomes. What outcome? What outcome, I wonder? What's the outcome that he's focused on with funneling Canada's future, borrowing Canada's future and funneling it into a bunch of boondoggles? Again, things that can't exist without subsidies. It's all so obvious, and that's what makes it all the more tragic.
Alberta, Premier Smith herself, myself and our government, and we're working to move that forward at pace.
Move that forward at pace. Well, thanks. He's achieving absolutely nothing useful for this country. Just came back from the U.S. Tariff talks with nothing other than actually promising to funnel even more Canadian investment from Canada to the States. That wasn't very smart. It doesn't seem. That doesn't seem a very smart thing to advertise. Let's see. Ottawa James says, this dude isn't even very bright. Yeah, he seems to be a mediocre intellect. If you read his book, it's not very interesting. There's nothing original in it. It's a very kind of the whole, premise of the book, the whole theme of the book, value and then values that, well, there's the value of things, but then there's our values as Canadians, or as really it's values as globalists. It's actually not your values or my values. It's globalist values is what he's talking about, and then just pretends that's what everybody agrees with them. That's not interesting or original in any way. It's quite dull. And yeah, he's not this great thinker. I think he went to the right school. He got in the right currents. He said the right things, and he just kept kind of failing up. Xerxes says it's all to make China great again. I agree. I agree. How come he doesn't say that our relationship with China is over like he does about the U.S.? How come he never said that? We got even worse tariffs from China. The 100% tariffs on canola products, it's billions of dollars a year. Seafood, pork, these are billions of dollars. How come he never talks about that? He never said our relationship with China is over. Kept saying that about the U.S. for some idiotic reason. Well, it was a lowest common denominator appeal to unsophisticated, ignorant, and gullible liberal voters. Rosie says his voice is monotonous. If he was on a video game, the designers would replace the soundtrack. They'd get a different actor. They'd get a different actor, 100%. Let's see. He actually sounds like an AI voice, doesn't he? I wouldn't be surprised if he's just a robot. Let's see. Ottawa James says, yeah, he's boring AF. Ottawa James says, boring. Yep. All right, let's move on. What else we got on Carney here? Hopefully not too much more. I don't think we can handle too much more. We might all go into a coma. You know what? I think that is all we've got on him. Good. We got a little bit of Pierre Poilievre. Not a ton. Got a little bit. Okay. Sarah Fisher says, I wish every Canadian would watch this exchange. So Pierre Poilievre posted this. No deal, no win, no jobs. He posted this on October 9th. So, yes, Mark Carney went down to meet Trump finally again and returned with nothing other than promising to send $1 trillion to the states for some reason. So I don't know. But Pierre Poilievre is obviously going to call him out on this. It's his job as the leader of the official opposition, and he's right too. Like, what is going on? It seems that Carney's plan is just chaos and dysfunction. I don't know how else to explain it. There doesn't seem to be a plan. Let's watch.
I think we're beginning to see how it is that the president has been able to bulldoze over this prime minister. He won't even stand up when he is confronted by the Americans. Just over an hour ago, a report came out that the U.S. Commerce Secretary said there will be no relief for Canadian-made automobiles going in to the United States. The prime minister is back down on counter tariffs, back down on the DST, back down on defense. Yesterday promised to push $1 trillion of private sector investment out of our country. How is he going to look those Canadian auto workers in the eye and tell them how he got nothing for them in return?
Mr. Speaker, it is a sad day in this House when the Leader of the Opposition suggests that standing up for the defense of this country, when the Leader of the Opposition suggests that spending to defend our borders, that spending to defend our fulfillment in NATO, that is backing down on defense. We will shame.
Mr. Speaker.
Shame. It's a sad day in Parliament every time Mark Carney is there because he's got no answers for anything, right? It's all just deflection. It's pointless. Let's continue.
At least he finally got up, but he didn't address the question about auto workers. There are auto workers who are sitting at home right now who do not know how they're going to pay their mortgages. This prime minister looked them in the eye and said he was going to protect their jobs. And then he said he would put his elbows up. And then he said he would get a win by July 21st. Then he said that he would have a deal. There's been no deal. There's been no win. And now for these workers, there is no job. Today we learned that he's backing down again on auto tariffs. Why is it that he's selling out our auto workers at a time when they need him most?
Japan, the European Union, the United Kingdom, every other country in the world is paying a higher tariff than Canada has gotten on.
That has nothing to do with you. It's gotten worse, though. This is the problem. He had nothing to do with our previous trade deal, right? And it's gotten worse under him. It is worse since he's been prime minister. That's the problem. That's what people are complaining about.
On automobiles. And we are not done. That is why we have not signed an accord on autos. That is why we are fighting hard for our auto workers. And I put the president on notice yesterday about the consequences of not having that accord.
Mr. President.
He put the president on notice? He put him on notice. I heard him praising him. And look, obviously he can't go in and do a Zelensky, right? It's just that what is so gross is the rhetoric that he got elected with versus the reality, right? Obviously, I don't expect him to go in and insult Trump. That's not going to be effective. But it's just so gross when you see how duplicitous he is in reality, in the real world, right? And kind of totally without shame over it, right? He could be a little bit more restrained, by the way. He doesn't have to be a total suck up. He doesn't have to go in and praise him to the heavens, right? He doesn't have to go in and declare Trump the new Caesar, right? He could just go in just as an equal, recognizing that Trump is trying to do the best thing for his country, and then Mark Carney can actually try and do the best for his. I mean, that would never occur to him, obviously, right? But I mean, in a perfect world, he would think that. Now, probably the best thing isn't saying our relationship is over, very publicly saying our relationship with the United States is over. That's really dumb. Recognizing a Palestinian state while Trump is working on a peace deal, probably a really actually a really terrible idea. That's not going to help. Making these impotent threats like tariffing food like coffee coming into Canada. We don't make coffee. Why tariff that? Incredibly stupid. Making impotent threats that are not going to work against an economy 13 times our size, and then backing down. And again, it's what is the strategy here exactly? It's just kind of chaos. I think Trump clearly likes Carney because Carney's policies are driving Canadian business and investment to the States. That was the plan all along. That's why Trump endorsed Carney during the election, because he knew that all the net zero stuff and all the crazy stuff was going to drive business into the United States. That's why he still loves Carney. And I think that's perhaps a reason why progress will not be made, because Trump wants to squeeze the country by using Mark Carney, knowing that Mark Carney is a prime minister and that his policies are economic death for Canada. I think Trump wants to squeeze the country, squeeze Canada, and get as much out of it as he can, before there is a change in government. So, I mean, that makes me very worried about the renegotiations of CUSMA or USMCA next year. Wait, let's continue.
You have been warned. If you put in another tariff, he's going to give you yet another $1 trillion. This is the tough negotiator that we hired? The guy who broke his promise to have a deal on July 21st. A guy who broke his promise to negotiate a win, who simultaneously removed the counter tariffs while he was giving speeches promising to have them in place, and yesterday offered more concessions to the U.S. president, knowing that the tariffs that are killing our auto sector would stay in place. Why does he always back down and give our jobs to the Americans instead of standing up for Canada?
Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think it's because Carney's interests are not Canada's interests, obviously, right? His book Values was not written in some naive youth, some rebellious youth, right? It was published in 2022. He hasn't changed his mind on any of the net zero stuff, any of the keep the, the oil in the ground stuff. He hasn't changed his mind on any of this. Everything he's doing is just theater so that he can extract every last bit of wealth, including maxing out the national credit card to fund a bunch of green boondoggles, carbon capture, a bunch of stuff that won't be able to exist without him stealing from Canadians and stealing from Canadians' future. That's what's happening here. And yeah, we had generational damage from Pierre Trudeau, and we just have to see how much more damage can be done by Mark Carney. It's not going to be none, right? All right. Here's Mark Carney bragging about Donald Trump praising him at the Oval Office yesterday. All right. Let's see. Hold on. Where is it? Okay. So, I mean, Mark Carney has come a long way from our relationship with the United States is over. He's come a long way from that, hasn't he? Bragging about Donald Trump praising him at the Oval Office. Anyway, Pierre Poilievre has a good retort to this, by the way. Let's check it out.
As the president said yesterday, the Prime Minister of Canada is a tough negotiator. We will get a great deal.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Here we go.
Mr. Speaker, give me $1 trillion and even I will say something nice about this guy. Oh my God. How much is it going to cost to pay Canadian investment dollars to flatter this Prime Minister's ego?
As the president said
so what did the president say again?
yesterday, the Prime Minister of Canada is a tough negotiator. We will get.
Of course he's going to flatter you after he's fleeced you. Of course he's going to. Oh, yeah, that was really tough negotiations there. And I look forward to the $1 trillion you're going to send down. Thanks, Mark. Tough negotiator. Tough negotiations. I can't wait to negotiate some more. Can't wait for some more of these really tough negotiations with you, Mark. It's just embarrassing, is it not? And look at the clapping. Look, they think it's so great, so funny. So funny. But where is our relationship is over with the United States? Like, where's all the Trump is, ruining the world stuff, the evil orange man stuff? Where is that? It's almost like they never believed it. It was all just political expedience for them, the Maple MAGA and all of that. I find it quite disgraceful. What do people say about this underneath? Let's see. Bratney just says, ha ha ha. So good in my arrogant opinion. I'm so good. Baha, oh my gosh, it's painful, it's funny, and painful. Well, it was a good zinger from Pierre Poilievre. Let's hear it one more time, shall we?
Mr. Speaker, give me $1 trillion and even I will say something nice about this.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good. Pierre with the zinger. Just lots of crying emojis here. And hilarious. It was obvious Trump was blowing smoke up his ass. Yes. Yes. I mean, Trump must laugh about it. About how Trump must absolutely laugh. He told Canadians to vote for this man. And out of hatred for Trump, they did. Like, he must be laughing himself. That's not going to shrink his ego at all, right? All I have to do is tell Canadian liberal voters to vote for somebody, and they actually will. Apparently, they actually believe, the liberal voters actually believe that Trump was doing reverse psychology on them. And that he really wanted them to vote for Pierre Poilievre. No, it was obvious. I was saying this during the election. Look, Trump had stated over and over again that he wanted to repopulate that hollowed out industrial base. He was looking to get investment from other countries. He was looking for companies to relocate from abroad to the United States for manufacturing, for headquarters, anything. Right? He was very clear about this. And he saw Mark Carney talking about net zero and all of these onerous net zero policies and environmental policies and carbon capture and carbon taxes, industrial carbon taxes. Right? And obviously, Trump understands that that's going to make Canadian companies less competitive. Not more competitive, as Mark Carney weirdly claims. Right? But less competitive, harder to stay in business, less profitable, that will drive them to the States. He saw Pierre Poilievre promising to make Canada a great business environment and went, oh, that's going to be a problem for me. That's going to stand in the way of my goal of bringing Canadian companies to the United States. That is obviously why Trump endorsed Carney and why he keeps praising him. He's getting everything that he wanted. He wants he wants Carney to stay there so he can continue squeezing every last drop out of Canada to the benefit of the United States. I don't know what could be more obvious than that. Let's see. All right, let's continue. So, the clown show that is the NDP. Let's talk about that. What is the NDP? For those of you watching from outside of Canada, they're the new Democrat Party in Canada. They traditionally have been the working class union party. They have become now a straight up far left, woke, radical progressive party. They're currently just in competition with the so-called Liberal Party of Canada, Carney's Liberal Party, to be the most far left radical progressive party. So it's a competition. It's a competition between the NDP and the Liberals to see who can be the most clownishly woke. Avi Lewis is likely the NDP frontrunner. So the NDP now has a leadership race coming up. They have to get a new leader. And my prediction has always been that it'll come down to either a tree with a face painted on it or a photograph of a cloud that looks vaguely like Greta Thunberg. But maybe not. Maybe it'll be somebody else. Brian Lilly posted this. He said, Avi Lewis is likely the NDP frontrunner. The others are beyond the mainstream, but he might be too. What do you think of his idea of the government running a grocery store? That's a terrible idea. It makes me think of bread lines, poor service, and little choice. You? Well, that's exactly what happened. I mean, I know Bernie said, bread lines are a good thing because there's bread. Yeah, there's bread right now, and you don't have to stand in line for it. Let's see, and you don't have to stand in line for 4 hours to get it. Let's see. So here is Avi Lewis. So NDP, far left as possible. I think I think they are pretty much just a communist party at this point. I think he's a communist. Anytime you want government-run grocery stores, yeah, that's just communism. So let's hear what he has to say about it. Of course, he's totally uninformed, but let's take a look.
You have been good about putting out some policy. I want to ask you about your policy, and this is about grocery stores. You want to do a wealth tax. You want to do a cap on rent increases. People really like hearing that. Talk to me about your
that's really going to get the Canadian economy humming. All right.
The plan for grocers, this option that you want to put
Well, listen, this is a fantastically popular policy that I think we can win with. Canadians want to see when you have market failure, like you have these big corporations that dominate every sector. It's the same with the food system, right? 3 big grocery chains, and we know that they price fix and price gouge. We need a public...
No, we don't. We don't know that. That's just not true. This is just a lie they keep telling. Let me pull something up. Hold on a second. Margins for grocery stores, Canada. Okay. Well, we can just look at the AI overview here. Margins for Canadian grocery stores are typically low, generally between 1% and 4% for net profit, with a large portion of sales going to manufacturers, wages, and operations. While net profit margins are low, some individual retailers have reported higher gross margins, which is the difference between revenue and cost of goods sold, blah, blah, blah. All right. So typically low, generally between 1% and 4%. So if it's 1%, that's if you get rid of the profit, that's 1 cent on a dollar. So if it's 4%, which is a good year for a grocery chain, a good year, 4%. So that's 4 cents on the dollar. Keep in mind, when they have a good year, they have to hold some of that because the next year may not be good. There's a reason why they sign contracts for food well in advance, 6 months, a year in advance, or even longer, because the margins are so low. They're constantly trying to get the best prices, right? There is no room for price gouging between 1% and 4%. There just isn't. Net profit margins have been consistently around 3 to 4% of total revenue, with some data suggesting margins closer to 2.2% for many stores. Either way you cut it, there's no room for price gouging in there. The price gouging, if you want to call 4% price gouging, well, the food is still going to be too expensive for the people who the food is too expensive for, which is a lot of people these days, right? This is just everything he's saying is just a lie. You wonder, does he know anything? Does he know of what he speaks? Probably not. These are all just articles of faith for these people, for these commies. right? They're not interested in interrogating any of the ideas because their ideas are insane. And if they did, they would find out that they're wrong. But they can't be wrong because it feels right. It just feels so right to talk about price gouging and blaming everything on capitalism, right? So best just not know. Then you don't have to worry about it. No, none of that cognitive dissonance or anything. None of that you have to worry about. You can just say bullshit and stupid people will believe you.
Option.
You want a public grocery store for people to access.
The federal government has the capacity to, at the federal level, with federal money and a national reach, actually negotiate with the distributors of food and actually provide retail, maybe owned by municipalities, to actually provide nonprofit food to people, because people cannot get by when they're paying $300 for a cart of groceries, just like when the market fails.
Well, there you go. The government can do it cheaper because they always do everything cheaper, right? Right?
Any industry, the government has to step in and actually provide an alternative that is not in the market mindset where everything has to make a big profit.
To some people, that will seem like a very socialist policy. Getting back to where Canada is politically right now, are people open to something that could be that far left on the political spectrum?
Ask young people what they think is socialism, taking care of each other instead of this supposedly competitive system we have. Where
we think it's idiotic things like this that are going to create food scarcity. That's what we think socialism is. Idiotic ideas that have always failed, historically failed. This is just objectively true, which he would know if he had put any thought into any of this and spent any time researching any of it, which he won't do because he knows that if he does, it's going to cause those unpleasant questions in his brain, and that's no fun. That doesn't feel progressive.
Actually, big players just dominate everything and rip us off. We need a public option.
Just rip us off with that 1% profit margin, that 2% profit margin, that on a good year, 3 or 4%, on a really good year, 4% profit margin, which they've got to save that anyway, because not every year is 4%. And you can even have years where you lose money. It's just, how will humanity ever learn? Again, this is not like, this isn't all just abstractions. Like, we have history. History is not confused on this, right? They can't point to the successes. This is the problem. If they could point to successes, they would. They can't, so they don't. They ignore the 100% failure rate. But yeah, this is why they don't teach you about socialism in school, right? Well, they don't teach you the reality of it anyway. All right, I guess they are teaching it in school now, but they just it's just lies. All right. So maybe he'll be the leader and he can keep pushing these idiotic ideas. I don't know. Let's see. How was the NDP doing before? Let's see. Well, you got this guy, Don Davies. He's the interim leader. He will not become the leader, I don't think, because I think he's too old and white, I think. Maybe, I mean, that also stands in, don't forget, like, the NDP is now the woke party. So this guy's also white, and he's not young. So that's going to be a problem for him too. I mean, he's very stupid. So that is a plus. That'll work. That'll work in the plus column for him. But that's going to be a problem. Maybe he's gay. He might be gay. Let's find out, actually. Let's see. If he's gay, that will definitely help him out. Did I have the one moment screen up that whole time? I can't remember. All right. Let's see. Evie Lewis. Is he gay? No, he's married to journalist and author Naomi Klein. Oh, that is hilarious. No wonder he's so deranged. All right. Let's see here. Here's the last leader of the NDP with his, I guess, his friends that he met in the dog park. So, yeah, but apparently Mark Carney also knows him. That's the same guy. Maybe they all met at the same dog park. I don't know. Anyway, that's Canadian politics for you. Let's see. All right. Trudeau Survivor says, is the profit margin that low because the CEO is taking a huge bonus? I think when you have these large chains, I don't think that the CEO's bonus money is going to make much of a difference. The reason is because it's just expensive and there is competition. They say there's only these few, but they are in competition with each other, right? There's a reason why those profit margins are so low. It's not because of the CEO's a huge bonus. The CEO isn't taking $1 billion bonus, right? Nevada says there's been some price gouging down here the last few years. You're in Las Vegas, though, right? Which I've seen videos about that, and that the hotels are price gouging very, very highly down there. Rogue Thought says, how you doing, Rogue Thought? Good to see you. A very socialist policy. I think it's pure communism because it is.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
It sure is. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, I would like to see the wholesale prices on the items at the grocery store. It's a well-established fact that profit margins, and it's not just Canada, it's the United States. This is just, it's between 1% and 3%. Sometimes they lose money. There is competition, and that's what drives the prices down. Let's see. Xerxes says the elite socialists shop at Whole Foods while their public grocery stores will sell garbage food to the masses. Well, exactly. That's exactly what's going to happen. Because you're not going to have choice, right? So they're just going to put the cheapest crap in there. Do you like, how much shredded Chinese newspaper do you like in your loaf of bread? Let's see. Xerxes says the free grocery store will be looted the first month. What a joke. That's actually a great point because that's definitely going to happen. I saw they have one in, they had a program somewhere in the States, and they went in to do, to see how it was. The shelves were all empty, people stealing anyway, and just, terrible. Just looked like communism, actually. Let's see. Rogue Thought. Now, this is just mean. His kids tell people they have two moms. Oh, poor Evie Lewis. Poor wayward communist. Nevada says OnlyFans pottery. It is. But if it was OnlyFans pottery, she wouldn't be wearing the shirt. Let's see. Rogue Thought says that pottery class is giving me a huge bonus. Bit of a pun. Let's see. Dramus says, how you doing, Dramus? Who's making the money? Because it is sure not the producers. I think everybody's getting squeezed. Everybody's getting squeezed. But don't forget it's a religion with the left that it's capitalism, everything bad, CEOs bad, everything bad. Yeah, there are bad CEOs, right? And there are bad companies, but it's usually the government stepping in, which causes the problems and destroying the free market by picking favorites. So the absolute state of Canada, people, the absolute state of Canada. Aaron Pete says, am I the only one embarrassed by this am I the only one embarrassed by this debacle? Well, we're talking about Canada here. So which debacle are you talking about? Let's see. Tom Digby. Last night, Park Board did the right thing. Apologized to TGD2S community after emotional discussion. Shared some tears. Disavowed J.K. Rowling. Will undertake concrete actions to rebuild trust. So pretty serious stuff here. Pretty serious. Looks like a lot of people got hurt here. A lot of people. Let's see. Vancouver's Park Board will be hearing an emergency motion relating to hosting the Harry Potter themed event at Stanley Park at tonight's meeting. Board meeting does not permit public speakers, but you can email. I bet you a bunch of people did email about this atrocity, this outrage. There being a Harry Potter themed event at Stanley Park. You can't have that. Didn't you know she's a monster? Didn't you know she's a monster? She believes in biology. Let's see. Park Board did the right thing. Did the right thing. Why has he got Chinese characters next to his name? That's weird. Did China pay him to write this? I'm just speculating. Emotional discussion. Shared some tears. Really? An adult's writing this? Like publicly? Shared some tears over a Harry Potter themed event at Stanley Park. Because they hate J.K. Rowling because she knows what a woman is and she knows what a man is. J.K. Rowling responded to this. To be honest, I didn't even know Vancouver Parks and Recreations had avowed me. So the disavowal hasn't been much of a blow. Next time, send me a certificate of avowal. Wait until I've proudly framed it, hung it over my PC, and taken a selfie with it. Then revoke it. Then revoke it. So hilarious. I guess she's pretty used to this now. But whether you're J.K. Rowling or not, I mean, this has to just look surreal to you. I mean, treating this as if it's actually a serious thing, like a real serious issue. Harry Potter themed event at Stanley Park. Apologize to TGD2S community after emotional discussion. Shared some tears. Disavowed J.K. Rowling. It's just weird that a grown man would post this. It's so embarrassing. Hold on. Let's see what's going on underneath this. Mark my words, J.K. Rowling will never recover from this. It must be really bad. J.K. Rowling responded, said, I wouldn't say never, but with time, therapy, and the support of my family, I anticipate I'll be able to hear the words, Vancouver Parks and Recreations without suffering a serious breakdown within 2 or 3 years. That's strong. That's very strong. Elon Musk thinks that's very funny. Let's see. Alexandra Lavoie from Rebel News posted, Vancouver is woke like many big Canadian cities. This doesn't represent the views of all of us. Well, it doesn't represent the views of, I think most Vancouverites would find this ridiculous. I'm sure there were many nice parents, probably lefty parents, who were just like, oh, come on. Come on. It's just Harry Potter. Hopefully it will drive some of them away from leftism. Let's see. Let's see. What's going on here? So this same guy... So Amy Eileen Ham responded to his original post with this from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is very funny. She is the nurse who has been persecuted by the Nurses College for knowing what a woman is, by the way. Tom Digby says, wow, Amy, I disagree with your views. I had some respect for your effort to articulate them, but this tweet really helps me understand you better. it's just pathetic. Amy Eileen Ham says, again, there's a certain point where all I have left is to point out the obvious truth. What you're doing is certifiably insane. I repeat, certifiably insane. Well said. Crying and making apologies over a Harry Potter kids walk in the forest. Truly insane. And I think we can end it with that. I think that's as well articulated as you can put it. Truly insane. All right. It is. It is. I think what this illustrates is that I think this illustrates what I've said many times, is that woke manages to infiltrate and infect every institution, every single one. Everyone in Canada has been infected every institution in Canada has been infected by the woke mind virus, by the idea pathogen, even down to the Vancouver Parks and Recreations Department. Even that, it just gets into everything. And once it's fully parasitized by the mind virus, it seeks to be about what it was originally intended for. And now it becomes about enforcing and spreading the idea pathogen, the woke mind virus, essentially just acting as a zombie for the pathogen, for the idea pathogen. And this illustrates that, well, I was going to say wonderfully, but tragically, I guess is a better word. Because when you're canceling a Harry Potter kids walk, I mean, at that point, yeah, truly insane. What else we got going on? So, what's going on here? So here's some Canadians, I guess, who were they with the Greta Thunberg? Were these the ones with Greta Thunberg? Hold on. Let's see. Let's find out. We need to look a little bit more. We need to look a little deeper into this. Hold on. So, attacked and abducted. Okay, so let me just go back here for a second. Canadians, I guess they probably tried to sail into Gaza like Greta. Canadians boat, custody is Israel. Let's just see what comes up. Let's see. There we go. All right, so what happened? So 6 Canadians among activists detained by Israeli military on Gaza flotilla. They must be really upset about this peace plan, this peace deal in Gaza. They must be really upset about it. They'd probably been preparing for this flotilla for months and months, and they'll finally get there, and then there's going to be peace. And well, they got detained by the Israeli military anyway. It just seems like the whole thing was just a giant waste of time. Latest flotilla organizers decry new detentions Wednesday as arbitrary and unlawful. It's a war zone. They're trying to stop you from getting killed, like immediately murdered. And not by the Israelis, by the way. They're trying to stop you from dying. Let's see. The Israeli military intercepted a 9-boat flotilla trying to break Israel's naval blockade of Gaza early Wednesday in the Mediterranean Sea and detained scores of activists on board, including 6 Canadians. The flotilla organizers and the Israeli Foreign Ministry said. So, I mean, I don't know. This is it seems to be incredibly stupid. But let's take a look. Let's hear what they have to say here. These people who are going to change a world that they apparently do not understand at all.
The 6 Canadian citizens aboard the Conscience. If you are seeing this video, we've been attacked at sea and abducted by the Israeli forces or forces of another country complicit in their genocide of the Palestinian people. We appeal to our friends, family, and comrades back home.
Comrades, guess what? They're commies. That's what commies call each other, comrades. They're always communists every single time. It doesn't matter what it is. It's Gaza, it's gender, this, it's J.K. Rowling, whatever. It's always actually about communism. That's the thread that holds it all together. Just whatever can weaken, whatever is bad for Western civilization and for humanity, they'll be there. They'll be there. Her and her comrades will be there. We appeal to all our comrades every single time
To pressure the Canadian government to demand our immediate release, implement a two-way arms embargo and sanctions against Israel.
I want to pressure the Canadian government to get them to pressure Israel to not release them. Just keep them. Set them to work in Gaza.
Free Palestine. The 6 Canadian citizens aboard the Conscience.
They must be devastated that there's a peace deal, right? I mean, if it really does go through and the hostages are handed back on Monday, they'll be just devastated. What are they going to do now? You know, it'll probably take them a couple of days before they decide on which is the next most important thing in the world. Maybe it'll be, I don't know, there's not enough tampons at public libraries in the men's rooms or something. I don't know. Anyway, bunch of idiots. All right. All right, let's move on. Let's go back to the chat for a second, see what you guys are talking about. Let's move down and see what oh yeah, Sydney Sweeney. But you know, I find this works better when you do it at 75, 3/4 speed. I think it's a little bit better. No, you know what? I think half speed is better, actually. I think that's the best. Let's see, 0.5. Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's peak at jiggle. All right. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? Nurse Ratchet. Nurse Ratchet. Let me just say right now, for anybody watching on YouTube, new channel, Radio Baloney News, go to that, subscribe to it. You know that YouTube is not going to help me out with this. I need you. This is where all of the U.S. news, world news, meme reviews, all that stuff, all this stuff you can see down here. It's all going to be there. The channel you're watching right now is only live streams and Canadian news. Please go to Radio Baloney News and follow there. Thank you very much. And everybody else, wherever you are, subscribe, send me money. Become channel members, gift channel memberships. Everybody loves it. Be the best person ever. All right. Let's see. Let's do some chats. Let's see. Rosie says, speaking of bad kids, we used to let my mom get halfway across the parking lot and then run after her while screaming, Mom, wait, don't leave us here again. That is so mean. Right out of the inheritance. Right out. Let's see. Rosie says, yes, mean, we did all laugh. Too. Of course she did. It is funny. It's very funny. What else is going on? Trudeau Survivor says, I need to buy an I Love J.K. Rowling t-shirt. First, you should buy a Commie Gets Nothing or a Radio Baloney t-shirt first. You know where to go. Nevada says, I want a pocket t-shirt that says F communism. Get a Radio Baloney, a Commie Gets Nothing t-shirt. You can just click on the shop thing there, get it. Then you can brag, you can tell everybody, you can brag about it. It'd be wonderful. Let's see. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, if they thems can have preferred pronouns, can I have preferred adjectives? Thinking awesome, godlike sound good, but it's still fluid. That's the most important thing. It's fluid. You can change it up. Go with it, man. Go with it. All right. I'm going to skip down a little bit. Xerxes, did you hear Bannon calling for a third state solution? What's that? What would that be? I have not seen that. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I say let them in with live camera feeds. Yes. That, I mean, it would be gruesome, but it would warn others. Others would see it and go, I'm not going there. Those people were stupid. All right. Radio Streamer says, my brother used to fart and blame mom at the register. Oh, that's good. Rogue Thought says, reminds me, I haven't had Jell-O in a while. Jell-O. What could be making him think of Jell-O? Jiggly Jell-O. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we should do an ad read, though. Everybody loves an ad read. Which one will give me the most money? That's all I care about is that sweet green. If I could get gold doing this, precious, precious gold, that's all I do. I just do gold streaming all the time. Gold. What if we do a crazy crypto ad? That'd be awesome. I think we should do an awesome, awesome crypto ad. Let's do it right now. Let's be clear. Cryptocurrency is no longer emerging. It's here. And this latest move cements that reality in the biggest way yet. Trump Media Group just inked a massive $6.4 billion deal with Crypto.com, the world's top crypto platform. They're teaming up to scoop up $6.4 billion in CRO, the powerhouse token that fuels fast, low-fee DeFi, staking rewards, and real-world perks like cash back on your spends to launch America's first CRO treasury. When it's done, this new company will be the biggest CRO holder out there. Want in on the action? Head to Crypto.com. That's Crypto.com today and grab some CRO. Let's make crypto great again. There we go. Hurt my throat a little bit, though. I did too much growling. Rosie says, yes, we need commie hate. Well, there's been lots of commie hate. Look, that one, the crypto one, they told me I got to stick straight to the script. If I could have thrown some commie hate in there, I would have. Believe me. You know me. Nevada says we need a lot more Sweeneys in this world. Judo Survivor says Crypto.com is debacle free. Debacle free. We love that word. It's the best word. Debacle. Rogue Thought says, I never thought one of the best attacks on woke would be a blonde's bouncy bazongas. But then the truth eventually wins over a lie. Truth eventually always wins over a lie. And the bouncy bazongas never lie. Radio Shimmer says, what ad gets you more commie hate? Well, the Rumble ones. I can do a lot of commie hate in those ones. A lot. The next one will be a Rumble one. All right. Rosie says, crypto ad may be great again. No commie hate. Add an intro or outro with commie hate 8 out of 10. But you know what? They listen to the before and then after part. So, if you listen carefully, you can read the commie hate in between the lines there. It's always there. It's always on Radio Baloney. Now, what are we doing? All right, now we're moving on. So what's this? Breaking. Attorney General Pam Bondi announces the arrest of an individual who threatened to kill my entire family. This is from Benny Johnson. So I am so glad they're taking this stuff seriously now. There's a government that will actually take all of this seriously because they really do need to. Recent events have proved they need to take this seriously. He is being charged federally and faces prison if convicted. So let's take a look here.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for being here. We've been living through a horrific cycle of political violence in this country. We've seen attacks against police officers, federal agents, including the deadly shooting in the ICE facility in Dallas. Night after night, Antifa wreaks havoc on our streets of our cities. In Minnesota, a gunman murdered a state lawmaker and her husband. It was horrific. An anti-Semitic lunatic tried to burn down Governor Shapiro's house while he was in it with his wife and young children. This week, authorities arrested a man outside a Catholic church in Washington, D.C., with hundreds of explosive devices. And on September 10th, our nation stopped in its tracks with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We miss him dearly. Unfortunately, I'm here today to talk about similar threats that were made against Benny Johnson and his wife, Kate. Benny's a well-known media personality carrying a message very similar to Charlie's, grounded largely in faith and love of country. Just days after Charlie's assassination, Benny received a letter at his home where he and Kate are raising their beautiful, beautiful young family. The author of this letter made it very clear that he hated Benny because of his views, and he wanted Benny dead. This was a coward hiding behind a keyboard who thought he could get away with this. That's why we're standing up here today. You are not going to get away with threatening people in this way. And I'm proud to announce that we have arrested the author of this letter. George Isbell Jr. was taken into custody this morning, and we are charging him federally with mailing threatening communications. It is a crime, and if convicted, he is going to prison. This was incredible teamwork. Benny called me right away. Chief Burkall, thank you. You were on it right away. Matt Fodor and all the FBI agents. Thank you, U.S. Attorney Kehoe. All of the U.S. Postal Service, FBI, state and local law enforcement working together. This is what it's about. And we are going to catch you if you think you can do something like this. We don't care if you're across the country in California. We will find you. We will arrest you, we will extradite you, and we will bring you to justice. We cannot allow this political violence to continue any longer. This arrest will serve as a reminder to many. Do not do this. We will find you. Greg Kehoe is going to give some details of the incident, of the horrible crime, and we're not going to get.
So, this all becomes very necessary when you've got a left that will openly lionize their own assassins, when they will lionize their own political terrorists and extremists. Right? They do. I mean, we saw that after Charlie Kirk. We also saw it with that Mangione, who murdered in the streets a healthcare CEO, shot him in the back. Right? Like we've seen it. It's not like some, anime avatar with 15 numbers in the name. Like these are lawyers and doctors and teachers and professors and restaurateurs, small business people They will openly lionize terrorists, political terrorists at this point, which is going to cause copycats. So this is necessary. Like you can't let your guard down because the left has let its intention be known. I'm not saying it's every single person, but it's, I don't know, 30% at least at this point who approve of political assassinations on the left now. This is what the polling tells us. Somewhere between 30 and 50%. So, yes, they have to do this now. And because the left has become so extreme. Let's take a look. So, so Trump had a meeting at the White House with a bunch of, independent journalists who have been covering Antifa. These are the experts on it. The mainstream media either does apologetics for them or just outright lionizes them and pretends that, it's a very mixed up message from the mainstream media. On one hand, they're just peaceful anti-fascist people who are against racism, but also they don't actually exist. And it's a very confused message from them. They know that they're supposed to defend them, though, is the thing. So the only people who in the media who know anything about them are independent journalists who actually go on the ground and follow these people and get attacked by them, like Andy No, for instance, who was almost killed by them. So let's take a look here. Here's Nick Shirley, who just had a run-in with Antifa.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bused to the protest in DC and then in New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs. I've seen the same signs here in DC and in London as well. It's a big organization and corporation that they're running. And people may wonder, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? Well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me. And next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. It's the reason is because these cities are not enforcing the law. And why should these people be worried if the law is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous. And I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's a little crazy, right, Mr. President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much.
It's amazing, right? Like Trump says, you're going to get to the bottom of it. He shouldn't be saying that to an independent journalist. He should be saying that to somebody at CNN, right? Or ABC News or 60 Minutes or something. But they're not interested. They're interested in obscuring them. This left-wing paramilitary for the Democrat Party. And by the way, whatever Western country you're in, they're there, and they act as the paramilitary for whatever left-wing party is in power. It's the same everywhere, right? But it doesn't sound so much like it's just an idea, does it? And, these independent journalists, and I think Andy No has done more than anybody on this, you wouldn't know about Antifa if it wasn't for them. You'd have no idea because the media has their sole interest is in supporting them and apologizing for them. Nick Sortor, the garbage over there points towards mainstream media. Well, we have to watch this.
Is dangerous. These people genuinely believe, based on what comes out of the garbage standing over here, that you guys are deporting U.S. citizens. So that's what's causing all these
when
problems.
you have a governor like Pritzker in Chicago, where you have Illinois, which is in a lot of trouble, Chicago's there, potentially a great city again. It's not great now, but it could be great.
Is dangerous. These people.
Yeah, the garbage over there. He's talking about the mainstream media. These people at these protests genuinely believe that they are deporting U.S. citizens. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on. And actually, let me show you here why these independent journalists are necessary. Because people like this, Aaron Burnett, who lives a very comfortable, cloistered life, you know that, let's watch.
In fact, it's not even like far-right groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, which have had national leaders, unlike Antifa. There is no organized hierarchy to the group. And according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, compared to right-wing extremists, Antifa-linked violence is rare and limited.
Just a lie. Just a lie. Please watch my video on the ADL heat map. There's another one on the SPLC. I show you how they fake the numbers. They basically just don't count anything as left-wing violence or Antifa violence. And in fact, it appears to be that they are counting Antifa violence as right-wing violence and then pretending it's not Antifa. It's truly amazing. Let's let her continue here.
But that has not stopped Trump from blaming Antifa for just about every act of violence in America since he first got into office.
Well, let's see. They're at every single protest attacking people, attacking law enforcement. Let's see. How about that, Aaron Burnett? How about they're at every single one? Everywhere they go. Gee, were they at the ICE riots at all in LA? Well, did they have any part in that $2 billion of damage? The arson, the looting, the couple of dozen people killed, the hundreds of police officers injured during the 2020 riots. Remember the fiery but mostly peaceful. The Molotov cocktails at the cop cars. Any of that? It's really quite gross. These people, again, living their very comfortable, cloistered lives, never having to worry about any of this. And they just get on and they got a paycheck. Maybe she really is this stupid and ignorant. I don't know. But, I mean, I guess the qualification is just read what's on the teleprompter. Right? So she probably knows what comes out of the teleprompter. That's probably all she knows. She doesn't need to know anything more. She just needs to read the teleprompter. But in any case, let's get back to this Trump meeting. This is why the independent journalists are necessary. Let's watch this.
That this is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex, Riot Inc. And we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros network, the Open Society network. It's other funding networks, the Arabella funding network, the Tides funding network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number one, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number two, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, et cetera. And then three, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So one other thing, this money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to that attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So again, I want to thank you for your leadership, for the whole cabinet's leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country. And that's treasonous, probably. So if you could, very important, if you could do that, it would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah. So as they follow the money, I think they're going to discover there is leadership. There obviously is. I mean, the individual groups and individual cities, they have recruitment. They have to have a process of making sure it's not like, somebody trying to infiltrate, that sort of thing. They're getting funding. They have merch, for God's sakes. Okay. This isn't just an idea. It's all over the world. Yeah, it's an international terrorist organization, political terrorist organization. And I think that as they follow the money, as they get deeper in, as they start to turn people, they'll find out there's a lot more leadership than what like Aaron Burnett on CNN, who knows nothing, is saying. Let's see. And they're Bolsheviks. They are just Bolsheviks. Now here's Andy No speaking about just how violent Antifa is. And he is probably the best expert on this group. Let's listen.
And I was assigned to cover the election night demonstrations. Well, the elections night protests turned to riots, 3 days of violent rioting in Portland. And it was the first time that I saw groups dressed in black with their faces covered. This is 4 years before COVID. Some of them were waving the black flag of anarchism, some the red flag of Marxism. And within seconds, they would ravage one street to another, to another, to another. And the next day, I would read the legacy media, which I still read at that time and looked forward to, and I looked up to those journalists. And I was really shocked to see that the narrative was that these, in my view, anti-democratic political violence was legitimate acts of protest because people were concerned about racism or all these other lies. And so for the next 4 years, I just continued going out with my video camera. I thought, look, people can ignore what I write because of spin, but videos can quite speak for themselves. And in 2019, it led to me nearly losing my life. I was covering another Antifa protest turned riot. At that point, had been routine in Portland, and then I was ambushed in a mob beating. And I had never been in a fight. I didn't even realize that I was being assaulted until seconds in. And the punches came from everywhere on my head and my face, and I was bleeding out of my eyes and ears, and then they threw all the drinks in my eyes to humiliate me further and to laugh at me. And I was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance and CT scan, and I had subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is bleeding the brain. I nearly died. And after surviving that, the reporting that I saw in liberal media it seemed to suggest that I had deserved it because they branded me far right. And some even went so far as to suggest that I maybe faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide, but this felt so, it's like because I didn't die in that attack, there was another round of people who wanted to finish me off.
Yeah. Yeah, that really got like almost no coverage in the I don't think it got any coverage in the mainstream media. They were not interested. They're certainly not sympathetic to him. Now, of course, it creates a narrative problem for like a CNN, like an Aaron Burnett at CNN. So here you have a gay Asian immigrant getting attacked by the anti-fascists. Well, that's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a problem for Antifa being the guys fighting racism and all the phobias of the world. Bit of a narrative problem there. So I don't know. What do? I guess just don't talk about it, because that might. What's going to happen if you talk about that, right? And call it out and call out the hypocrisy and how fake the whole anti-fascist narrative is. Well, that will make people think that they're bad. And again, that's not the narrative. They're not supposed to say that. They're not supposed to inform you. They're supposed to manipulate you, and that's what they do. That's what they do. Izzy says, "I'm sure the media is full of Antifa members, certainly actual Antifa members, but at least some, but certainly a lot of people sympathetic to revolutionary communism, which is what Antifa is about." If you are graduating from, an elite university, the elite universities are the most radical at this point, the most, radically ideological at this point. So if you're coming out of an elite journalism program, well, you're going to get gobbled up by media companies, by CNN and MSNBC or Washington Post or the New York Times. And you have very likely been radicalized by a journalism program that's taught you that your job is not to inform, it's to manipulate. Your job is to be a revolutionary. So, yeah, obviously. I mean, those ones, the ones that are the most radicalized are the ones that get fast-tracked. All right, before I get to the rest of the chat, and I am going to get to that in a second, let's just see, do I have anything else in here? Yeah, let's just hear this from Kash Patel here, because they're serious about this.
Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole of government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole of government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities. which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Now, that sounds good. You have to. These are revolutionary communists, right? These are Bolsheviks. You cannot let this fester. You have to cut it out. History is not confused on this. History is not confused. Read about the French Revolution. Read about, the communist revolution, the Bolshevik seizure of power in Russia. Read about Mao, Pol Pot. Like you have to. The stakes are everything. Like, what are the stakes? The stakes are civilization. Like, we are not at the end of history, right? We are not at the end of history. Things can become terrible again. I think a lot of the useful idiots know so little of the world, and they're so historically illiterate. They think we're at the end of history, that, well, you just change everything, burn everything down around you, and it'll still be fine. And, you'll still have your avocado toast and your internet, and but you'll be able to be a revolutionary poet now, right? No, things can get really bad. You can starve to death. You can still starve to death. Like 1 billion people that have been on this earth, you too can starve to death. You too can watch your friends and family starve to death. Okay? We're not at the end of history. Things can get bad. You really can destroy everything that you enjoy about living. You really can. This is why I think that they are attempting to keep young people and just keep pumping out generations of people unable to think and reason, and that are totally historically illiterate and without perspective. Because you need that. Anybody who's able to just think clearly at all will reject this. Anybody who has any kind of grasp on history will reject this stuff just for self-preservation, right? Just thinking, I don't know if I really want to destroy everything and starve to death. Anyway, I hope I've scared everybody there. I hope I've terrified everyone. But look, this is reality. Here, Mark Bray, financier of International Antifa and the author of the Antifa Handbook. I thought they didn't have leaders. Has announced he is fleeing to Europe, believed to be Spain. The announcement follows the U.S. government declaring Antifa domestic terrorists and the intelligence community looking to establish the international links to declare International Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization. I don't know. Seems kind of like a leader to me. I wonder if he's a leader. Huh. Erin Burnett on CNN doesn't think so. I bet she's never even heard of him. All right. So there's all that. That was a long one. But it needs it. Let's see. Xerxes says, I'm reading Andy No's book right now. I should get a copy of it too. I really should. Good for you. Let's see. Izzy says the media is the enemy of the people and the truth. Yep. They are there to manipulate. She's defending Antifa, Xerxes says, that's about the CNN news robot. Roke Thought says, how are a handful of independent journalists seemingly more knowledgeable than our FBI? This must be a part theater to get the point across to normies. I think the FBI has been very aware of them, but it's been political, right? So they've been seen as allies, right? As a leftist paramilitary. in the previous administrations, leftist administrations. Let's see. Let's see. Xerxes says mainstream media acts like all protesters are peaceful and Antifa is just an idea. Well, there's one instance where they didn't act like they were peaceful. There was one, remember? Izzy says, yeah, I'm sure many teachers are Antifa. Also, oh yeah, that's already been documented. They don't hide it, right? They'll just put it out on their social media. This is the terrible thing. It's like the people that were celebrating, like the doctors and nurses and professional people that were celebrating the Charlie Kirk assassination, is that clearly they don't feel like it would be an unusual thing to say amongst their peer group, because their peer group would all agree. So within their bubble, everybody will agree that's a good thing. That's why they're putting it out on social media. They weren't putting it out there because they thought that it would, that people would hate them for it or they would look like monsters. For them, that's normal, which is what's terrifying. Nevada makes a great point here. They're all stinking commies. Yep. As he says, was sad to learn the open source community has a high number of members. They do, like, even like OBS, the streaming thing is like, they won't do like direct Rumble integration and stuff. Like, it's, yeah, unfortunately, it's stupid. Izzy says, guess they've been forcing conservatives out of many projects. Yeah, they have been. A purity test, as you would expect from commies. That's right, Izzy. 100%. Nevada says, do it, Cash. They do. They need to. You can't just, they will never stop. This is the thing. They will never, ever stop. You've got to stop them. All right, I'm going to skip down to the bottom here. We're already 3 hours and 20 minutes, which is crazy. Trudeau Survivor says, we are one coronal mass ejection from societal collapse. What was the Carrington event? Was it called the Carrington event in, what was it, like 1900 or like 1920 or something like that? When all of the like telegraph machines caught fire because there was that coronal mass ejection, the big one, the big solar storm. Yeah, that's scary. If that does happen, and there is a mass outage with the grids, 90% of people dead within like 6 months or less. Pretty scary stuff. Yeah, I need to do more prepping. I need to do more prepping. Damn it. Why did you remind me of that? Rogue Thought says it can take months to years to build a building and a single match and a night to completely destroy it. Yeah, that's what the modern left is. They're that match. Xerxes says another Antifa leader and his wife fled to Sweden. They said there's no leaders, though. Why would they flee if it's just an idea? Xerxes says they could get extradited. Yeah, Sweden. I bet you Sweden would extradite them. Ottawa James says psycho commies. Yep. Commies are bad. They're just bad. Radio Streamer says, me and my radio's parts will keep trucking on if I shield correctly. You know, I need to get Carrington event, Nevada says. That's right, Carrington event. That's what I said, right? I need to get a Faraday cage, a Faraday thing for my phone. To get it, buy a phone and stick it in there if there is one of these things. Though I was watching a guy, I think just last night, is a prepper, and he was saying that people think that like all the cars and everything will stop working like right away. He said, no, they won't. 90% of them will be fine. They'll like stop immediately, but then they'll restart again. Same thing with phones. Most of them will be fine. But it's just the but yeah, still 90% of people will die just because of the food issue. Let's see. Radio Streamer says also vacuum tubes are practically immune to solar flares and EMPs. Well, that's good to know. Nevada says, gotta love vacuum tubes, don't you? You gotta love them. They're the best. All right. Nevada says, Richie, use an old microwave oven. Well, I just so happen to have an old microwave oven that I'm using right now. Well, not right now, obviously, but you know what I mean. All right. So now what are we doing? Let's move on. What's this? This Canadian woman is pissed. Dr. Malouf. I think there's a lot of Canadian women that are not happy at all. I think even the women that voted for the Liberals probably aren't that happy. They tell themselves they're happy, but they can't really be that happy. Let's hear this one though. I don't think she voted Liberal. Let's take a look.
Good evening, everyone. I'm extremely pissed off fucking Canadian right about now. I'm driving home from work in Edmonton, Alberta, and I come up to the Palestinian protest little convoy that's going on. Well, I'm driving away, and as I'm driving away, I've got my window down, and all you hear is death to Canada, death to Canada, death to Canada. I'm sorry. Go back to your fucking country and fight there and get the fuck out of ours if you hate our country so fucking much. Sorry, not sorry. I'm a fucking very, very, very patriot Canadian. And I'm sorry, after what I just fucking went through on my way home, fuck you and fuck your Palestinian fucking protest. Have a great day.
You know, I think she makes a great point. Actually. I kind of feel like if you're out on the street, and this is a common thing, death to Canada. No, it's death to Canada because it's a capitalist country and they hate capital. It's all Marxism is all strung through with all of this. Every communist is out with the Hamasniks. Every single issue, it's never about the issue. It's always about the revolution. That holds true every single time. That's why they're out screaming death to Canada. What they really mean is death to capitalism, right? They say death to Canada, death to Israel, death to the United States. I feel like if somebody's out in the street saying death to Canada, they should be removed from Canada immediately, just to anywhere that will take them, right? We could pay a country to take them. I'm totally fine with that at this point, right? If you hate the country that much and, you know, you're screaming death to it, and I assume you must mean death to all the people there, well, I think we could all agree that we'd prefer not to die because a lunatic wants us to. Any of us. I don't think any of us should want that, right? And so I'm just totally in favor of just, you know, sending them to the place that they apparently like. Just send them there. One-way ticket. We'll pay. They can even take some luggage. Just send them out somewhere send them to the country that they don't want death to, right? So I'll ask them, you know, is there a country that you don't want death to? So we heard you said death to Canada, death to Israel, death to the United States. Do you want death to the UK? Well, actually, it would be too mean to. They've already got too much of that, right? But I'm sure there's a country that they don't want death for, so we'll kindly send them there. You can go to the country that you don't want death for. If we send you there, will you not chant, you know, death to, Democratic Republic of Congo or death to, you know, North Korea? You won't? Okay. One-way ticket. Here's even a bit of spending money for when you get there. Have fun. Have a great life. Have a great life in, I don't know, Gaza, I guess, or whatever hellhole you don't want to destroy. All right, hold on. Why does that keep happening? What one was that? Was that this one? No, it wasn't that one. Hold on. Which one was it? Let's see. Was it? I don't know. Oh, was it this one? No, it wasn't that one. All right, let's just move on. All right, here we go. So what's this? Shameful. Minister admits he has not met with a single Christian congregation targeted by hate-motivated arson. So, considering that 123 churches have been burned, vandalized, or desecrated in the last 4 years, not interested for some reason. Not interested. This liberal government is not interested. Because it's Christians. Now, if anything happened to any mosque, say, in Canada, of course, this would be an obsession, a media obsession, a giant moral panic for months, right? And of course, a moral panic for the Liberal government for months. But it's Christians. So, I guess that's those settler colonists or whatever. So, let's see what Gary Ananda Sangari has to say about it.
Appreciate you talking about the rise in hate in Canada and the meetings that you said you've had with synagogues and mosque communities. Are you aware that 123 churches have been burned, vandalized, or desecrated in the last 4 years in Canada?
Mr. Lloyd, I'm aware that a number of places of worship, including churches, have been vandalized, yes.
Have you met with any of those congregations, Minister?
I have not met with those specific congregations, but I have met with many members of different church and faith groups.
You haven't met with any of the members of the congregations in Canada, churches that have been subject to hate crimes over the last 4 years in this country?
I have not, no.
Is it because hate crimes against Christians aren't a priority for this government, Minister?
That's absolutely incorrect.
Well, you said you met with synagogues and mosques, which I do appreciate. Those communities need your support, Minister, but Christian communities also need your support. Why have you not met with any of those communities, Minister?
Well, I can tell you that I meet with faith leaders. I meet with Christian leaders across Canada all the time.
Thank you.
I've met with...
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. They're fine with it. The Liberal government is fine with Christian churches being burnt. Clearly, at this point, they are fine with it. The media is fine with it. Don't seem to care at all. It's almost like they tacitly approve or something. I mean, certainly it sounded like Trudeau kind of tacitly approved, right? Making excuses for it. So, no, I mean, I can't be mad at Gary, though. Gary Ananda Sangari. I think he's just in over his head. We call him Gary, by the way, because his first name is actually unpronounceable in English. So we just call him Gary. I find him to just be this kind of affable half-wit that's somehow gotten himself into a cabinet position with the Liberal government. I guess it's not that strange that a half-wit would be in his position. I guess that's actually kind of normal. But I think he's just in way over his head. And he just has no idea what he's doing. So a definite being there vibes with this guy. But yeah, no, I mean, clearly the government does not care. Again, I mean, it's 123 churches in 4 years. If it were one mosque, okay, it would be a moral panic. If it had happened, it would be a moral panic for months. It would be a media obsession. It would be a Liberal Party obsession. They'd be immediately rushing legislation through, new hate legislation. No, it's clear. I mean, look, actions talk, right? Lack of action talks. They're fine with it, right? And their voter base is fine with it. How about this? Frank Caputo posted this. MP for Kamloops Thompson Nicola, Shadow Minister for Public Safety. Unbelievable. 604 nationals convicted of crimes and set for deportation have been lost. Where are they? The Minister of Public Safety has no idea. So we have Gary again. Gary. And again, let's it's kind of painful watching him struggle in this job that I just don't think that he's really qualified for, but let's take a look.
Minister, 600 foreign nationals were set to be deported. 70% of them committed violent crimes, including sex assaults. Where are they?
Thank you, Mr. Caputo. Thank you for that question. As you're aware, the Canada Border Services Agency is tasked with removals of those who are deemed to be
Minister, I'm sorry, we don't need a preamble. We just need an answer. Where are the 600 people who were set to be deported? Maybe I'll ask this way. Do you know where they are? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, if I may respond to this question in whole. So as you're aware, the CBSA is tasked with the removal of those who are inadmissible to Canada. In this particular case, we have been ensuring that removals have been taking place at an unprecedented rate.
I asked about the 600 people, Minister. I didn't ask about removals at an unprecedented rate. Do you know where they are? Yes or no?
Well, there is a set of
I'll take that as a no, Minister. Let's move on.
Let's be clear, Mr. Caputo. There are a number of individuals who are in the process of being removed. So of the 600 you talk about, there is a breakdown, and I'd like to invite Gorman to respond.
So nothing's happening, and he doesn't know where they are, and also they don't care. They don't care. Even if they wanted to remove these people, part of the problem with having the highest per capita immigration in the world is all of your institutions, all of your systems are going to get, all of your bureaucracies are going to get totally overwhelmed, right? Because it just went through the roof. Trudeau knew it. Everybody knew it. Everybody in the Liberal government knew it. Carney knows it now. There is absolutely no way that the bureaucracy responsible for this could keep track of it all. It's just too many people, right? We found out later that they even stopped doing criminal checks because obviously they couldn't. It was millions of people all at once. Just this mad, lunatic, reckless, heedless march towards mass immigration. Totally mad. I mean, look, the systems are overwhelmed. That's what he should just say. He should just say, look, the actions of this government have been so irresponsible, dangerously irresponsible. We can't possibly take care of this now. We are overwhelmed. We don't have the manpower to do it. That if he was going to be honest, that's what he would say. All right, let's move on. So Naomi Wolf says that seriously crickets at the prospect of peace. She's responding to this. I would have expected the streets of European capitals and campuses around the world to burst with joy for the end of what they claimed is genocide. Might it be that their goal was never to secure Palestinian lives, but to destroy Israel? Well, I think for a lot of the useful idiots, it's just a cause, right? It's an opportunity for endless selfies. And now they've got to figure something else out. That won't be hard. There'll be something else in 2 days. If indeed this all does go through, this peace plan does actually work, if the hostages are handed back on Monday, again, in the Middle East, Monday might as well be, 1,000 years from now. But if that does happen, they've just got to switch to something else. They've got to get a new flag, right? And I guess that's kind of a bummer for them. But it's really just the process. It's about the theater of it all. For the hardcore, like Hamasniks that are out and, screaming death to everybody, it's just bloodlust, right? They don't want peace there. They just want it to keep going forever. I think that they really want people to think it's genocide, and if there's a deal, well, then it's not genocide anymore, even though it never actually was genocide. The word genocide doesn't mean anything anymore, right? It's just been it's been stretched in so many directions that it's totally meaningless at this point, right? Like, let's not forget the trans genocide, whatever that means. That's to utterly absurd, right? They just throw that word around at anything now, right? Any like policy they don't like, oh, it's genocide, the continuing genocide in Canada, all of that. The word is meaningless at this point. It's just a political word now. But yeah, you'd think you'd see all this relief. Now they are, celebrating on the streets in Israel and also in Gaza too. Regular people I've seen video of them out in the streets, actually thanking Trump for it. But yeah, the rest of them, it seems like, if the mask wasn't off before, it's definitely off now. This was never about what they claimed it was about. Let's see. VP Vance jokingly declares Senator Schumer to be one of the most famous Palestinians in the world. All right, we got to watch this.
Marco mentioned the president's personal touch being a big part of this. The one thing I would say is obviously the president of the United States, a New York real estate billionaire, one of the most famous New Yorkers in the world, has a lot of interaction with a lot of people who are very pro-Israel. I think that was an important set of experiences and life experiences that he brought to the table. He also, of course, knew one of the most famous Palestinians in the world, Chuck Schumer. And I think without that background of knowledge, it would have been impossible to get us to this point. Marco mentioned the president's personal.
Oh, you gotta love it. You have to love it. Here, people in Gaza are ecstatic after President Trump halted the war. We can't believe it. Thank God the war is ended.
Make it to residents there.
Honestly, these are indescribable feelings. We can't believe it. But thank God the war has ended and we are alive. Honestly, we hope the war does not come back and for this to be really the end, with no death and destruction afterwards.
Remember now, we are just talking about phase one of this 20-point peace plan, but President Trump there from the White House saying he still expects Hamas to disarm in phase two. John? Similar moments of joy.
So, yeah, I guess the Peace Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize was for 2024. If Trump doesn't get it in 2025, the whole thing is completely meaningless. If it's not already totally, Obama getting it made it meaningless. Getting it for nothing made it meaningless, especially with what he did afterwards. He certainly didn't earn it with his actions afterwards in North Africa and being the drone king. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, damn, I love this White House. It's definitely the funniest White House of all time. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, yeah, it's awesome. Nevada says Christian genocide is real in Ethiopia, Nigeria, Syria right now, Sudan, South Sudan. Yeah, they don't care about that. They don't care about that. Let's see. Izzy says they've contaminated the universities for several generations now. Yeah, you can't keep turning out a new Red Guard every year for decades. I mean, those young Red Guard members are going to grow up and they're going to become, the doctors and lawyers and nurses that we saw celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. You can't just keep pumping them out every year and pretend it's not happening and without consequences. Let's see. Izzy says, Yuri Bezmenov warned us. We've shown him on this channel a bunch of times. KGB was wrong on the time frame, but correct on the idea. Yep. A lot of what we see now is all, in fact, I made a video about it. Anybody who's not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel and watch my video on Soviet zombie propaganda. Or is it a zombie or Soviet zombie active measures? I think I called it propaganda in the video. Look it up. But a lot of it is just zombie Soviet active measures from decades ago, from like the 40s and 50s. And it's like verbatim to today. And these idiots don't even realize it. All right. I don't know what James says. Yeah, and he supports the Tamil Tigers. You're talking about Gary Ananda Sangari. I mean, this is a guy who he's supposed to be handling the terrorism file. He has to recuse himself from terrorism because of connections to terrorists. And advocating to bring terrorists to Canada. I mean, it's just bizarre. Let's see. What do we got next? Yeah, so I think that the hopes of having an election soon in Canada are gone. I think that Don Davies, the interim leader of the NDP, is going to do the same thing as Jagmeet Singh, make the same idiotic mistake and support Carney's budget, and we're not going to get an early election. He's NDP, so it means he's a socialist, which means that he knows nothing about economics, and just more spending, more borrowing is just good for him. Let's see what it says here. From the real Mr. Bench, NDP leader Don Davies spoke with Mark Carney about the budget. Davies will support the budget if it continues to invest, in other words, increase spending, borrowing. As long as he does a bunch of commie stuff, he'll support him. Again, they can't see beyond their own shadow. They can't think one step ahead. Just spend recklessly until the country fails.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, I had the opportunity to meet with Prime Minister Carney last week and discuss the circumstances facing our country, especially in advance of an important budget that we all know is going to be announced on November 4th. It was an opportunity for me to lay out our perspective as New Democrats on where we think our economy is and what we think is needed at this point in time. First and foremost, I expressed to the Prime Minister that as a strong New Democrat opposition, we are going to be supporting policies that we agree with, and we will be opposing policies that we don't, and therefore we will wait until that budget comes out and we'll evaluate the budget based on what is contained in it. At the same time, we communicated very clearly that we would not be able to support a budget that takes an austerity approach. In our opinion, at this moment in time when we are facing serious economic headwinds and challenges from south of the border.
Let me guess, the best thing to do would be go more in debt and have more ruinous fiscal policy, while the parliamentary budget officer is telling us that we're looking over the edge of the precipice, and the precipice is really bad if we keep on our current course. So the only solution for the NDP, obviously, is to jump off the cliff.
That an economically contractionist approach to our economy is not what's called for, but rather we need to be investing. We need to be investing in Canadian communities, Canadian businesses, Canadian workers, and Canadian infrastructure.
Of course, by investing, he means just recklessly spending and trying to buy votes.
I also took the opportunity to highlight a number of areas that we would like to see included in the budget, which is substantial investment in jobs, housing, and healthcare. And by jobs, we mean investing in those kind of jobs that are family sustaining, preferably unionized in every corner of the country. When it comes to housing, we want a serious investment from the federal government in affordable, non-market housing, because we know that's what anchors people in their communities and makes their ability to participate in our economy possible. And finally, in terms of healthcare, we don't believe that you can have a strong economy unless you have a healthy workforce and a healthy population.
So just spend infinity money. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing can ever go wrong. Yeah, it sounds to me like he's going to support the Carney budget. We're going to be stuck with Carney for years. And just politically, it's very stupid, actually, because if they don't differentiate themselves from the liberals, all that's going to happen is in the next election, their voters will all flee them again to stop the conservatives from getting in. They're just going to be a non-entity again. So nobody said it was going to be easy. Nobody said it was going to be easy. All right. Breaking, a crowd of Islamists in New York City waving Hamas flags declare that they will presumably carry out attacks in the U.S. This is from October 7th. So, here's New York, soon to have a communist mayor who probably loves these guys.
We did not act enough. No. We did not act enough. We did not act enough. Repeat after me. We did not act enough. We did not act enough. If we acted enough. If we acted enough. The headline behind me would read. The headline behind me would read. Gaza has been liberated. So our work is not done. We must show up. We must show up. Stronger than we did the first October 7th. Louder than we did the first October 7th.
Louder than they did the first October 7th when they went out and celebrated the massacre of 1,200 people, man, woman, child, while the bodies were still warm. So, yeah, not good people. They must be devastated by the peace deal, by the way. I can guarantee you these people are not out celebrating a peace deal. That's not what they want. Listen to his language. They don't want peace.
Make it clear that we are not going anywhere. We will keep fighting until Palestine is free. From the river to the sea. Within our lifetime. Make some noise.
Doesn't sound like they really want a peace deal. Sounds like they want all of the Jewish people out of Israel, is what it sounds like. I wonder if they're going to stop. Bet you they won't. And I bet you they're not out celebrating the peace deal, the ending of the death. It's almost like they don't care about that. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird? Let's get back to the chat for a second. Let's see. Izzy says we need better people running for office, but I can understand not wanting to get the stink of politics on you. It's got to be pretty depressing. It's broken better men than me. Trudeau Survivor says people coming from failed countries have such arrogance to become politicians. Well, and then lecturing the good country. Let's see. Xerxes says in Minnesota they found 50% corruption in immigration files, fake marriages, etc. Yeah, that's amongst the Somalian community there, and that is 100% true. Elon Omar, we still need to find out, did she, I know that the Trump wants to look into it. Did she marry your brother? Did she? Let's see. I'm just skipping down a little bit. Which is a beautiful state are you talking about? Xerxes says, my birthplace, Democrats destroyed it. Minneapolis is on a race to the bottom with Portland. I fled to Texas. Texas sounds pretty good. Apparently, Austin is very blue, and that's a shithole now. Rogue Thought says, probably meet you there someday. I live in Washington State. Seattle's a mess, right? Everywhere outside the cities is all red. It's just the cities, and that they dominate the politics. Xerxes says, such a beautiful state. It's just a tragedy. Xerxes says, same with Oregon. I hope, East Oregon just separates, joins Idaho. As he says, eventually you run out of other people's money. Yep, Maggie Thatcher said that decades ago, and she was right. Ottawa says BC Lower Mainland is woke as F. So it's actually less than I thought. We saw in the last provincial election, I guess their name is the BC Conservative Party. It turns out Rustad is not a conservative at all, totally fraudulent, but people thought they were conservative when the election happened, and it was almost 50-50. Like, I was shocked by that. I thought that BC was way more parasitized by the idea pathogen than that. So the unfortunate thing is that they're not really a conservative party, right? It was false advertising. So now I will support one BC, but that was interesting. That was a shocker, actually. Not as crazy as we thought. Ottawa James says, "Shut up, Don Davies. Commie gets nothing." The Trudeau's driver says, "Woohoo, more corporate welfare." Yep. Izzy says, "Spend more money." Yep. Ottawa James says, "Losing respect for Don Davies." I first thought that he was like a return to like the old school NDP, but nah, he's also awful. All right, I'm going to skip down a little bit because we're getting near to the end. Izzy says, "So happy for all the foreign conflicts protested in our straits. Why? Nobody wanted this shit. Nobody wanted it." Let's see. All right. Let's get to this last bit here. We are 4 hours in, folks. Thanks to everybody who hung around this long. You guys are awesome. Let's see. Shall we do an ad where we can get some real commie hate into it? Shall we do that? I think that the Rumble Premium ad is a beautiful ad, and they let me play around with it a little bit, and I think we'll have fun. All right, everybody, you've probably noticed Rumble is growing fast, and it's not slowing down. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first and actually protects free speech, unlike those commie platforms that we don't like. And now there's Rumble Premium, an easy way to upgrade your experience. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. That's fantastic. No pre-rolls, awesome. No interruptions, no communism, just content that you came for. It's beautiful. Let me tell you something. When I became a Rumble Premium member, it was the best day of my life. I was surprised by how great it was, quite frankly. Nothing else compares. Plus, premium members unlock exclusive content like bonus videos, behind-the-scene drops, maybe anti-communist materials from Radio Baloney, and more from your favorite creators. Well, that sounds good. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off an annual subscription. Annual subscriptions are the best, by the way. Everybody knows that. Just go to rumble.com/premium. That's rumble.com/premium and use the promo code STUDIO. Don't forget that. You'll need it. STUDIO at checkout. That's rumble.com/premium. Promo code STUDIO. No ads, no communism, more freedom and content you actually care about, like this. That's the deal, folks. You wanted the best, you got the best. There we go. I delivered that anti-communist ad for you, and I did it with style, with flair, and with passion. Radio Shrimmer says, "Wait, an ad with commie hate and a place to practice free speech and invest? 10 out of 10 acceptable levels of commie hate." I do believe 10 out of 10 is almost the most you can get out of 10. Rosie says, "Rumble ad, premium, ad-free, except for ads read by hosts who hold you captive while pretending to have medical knowledge." Oh, I have always said I am not giving medical advice. Commie hate, 11 out of 10. That's almost the most you can get out of 10. Thank you, Rosie. I almost gave myself a cramp there laughing at the medical knowledge part. This is what I like about having an awesome chat community, because you guys know how to make me laugh. Xerxes says 10 out of 10. That's almost the most out of 10 you can get. Radio Streamer says, ha ha ha, Rosie, 10 out of 10 joke. Xerxes says, wow, 11 out of 10. Again, almost the most you can get out of 10. I'm almost hurting myself. That was perfect. Perfect for 4 hours, exactly 4 hours into the stream. Okay. I think I injured myself. Okay, I can't play anything else that's going to make me laugh. All right. What do we got? We already saw that stuff. Now look at this. As a palate cleanser, time passes, but love remains forever. Isn't that adorable? Look at that. That could not be more precious. Look at, there's the puppy with it. And look, it's still in really good shape. They must take good care of it. He still loves it. Well, that just makes you feel good, right? That just makes you feel good. I have to pause the stream for a second because something very important has happened. Perhaps the most important thing that has ever happened on this channel. Rogue Thought has donated $5 in a Rumble rant to the stream. That means let's get that sucker up on the screen. Where is it? Pin on timer. There we go. Rogue Thought says, loving all the commie haters in here. Thanks for the stream, sir. Truly hope your country finds its brains and balls and turns this insanity around. What a perfect sentiment from Rogue Thought. Rogue Thought doing that Rumble rant has firmly established himself as the best person ever. Better than all other people who have ever lived, as a matter of fact. I think that's pretty clear at this point. Everybody else was garbage, except for Rogue Thought. I mean, look, everybody watching right now and wherever they are, and it's certainly the people in the chat, you guys are okay. Everybody else, though, human garbage, quite frankly. And Rogue Thought is kind of, I guess Rogue Thought has become a kind of ideal, like a kind of like ideal of perfection for everybody else to aspire towards, so really it's a very positive thing. He's a positive role model, the best role model ever, as a matter of fact. So thank you so much, Rogue Thought. And appealing to my greed is always going to go well on this channel. Yep, I really spread it on thick. But it's only because I love money. And I'm willing to say anything. Let's see. Rosie says, thank you, Radio Streamer, said while bowing. Well, you do deserve to take a bow for that one, Rosie. That was the funniest joke in the last week, I'm saying. For sure. Let's see. Izzy says, no, I explicitly said that you're not garbage. Only the people that aren't watching the stream or in the chat are garbage. You guys are pretty good, is what I said. Pretty good. But you've still got a little bit of work to do, was my point. Just a little bit, but still better than everybody else. Hey, that's an exclusive club. All right. All right. So let's move on. Anyway, the puppies are nice. What are your favorite puppies? Is it these puppies or those puppies? Let's move on. Let's see. Never forget your teddy bear on a walk. Can this be real? Can this level of adorableness, of preciousness be happening on a Radio Baloney live stream? I don't know. But look, there he is. He's got the teddy bear. My God. My God, I can't take it. What's going on here? Epic. Love this. I can't play the music. I can't play the sound because there's music and you guys know how that goes, but this is pretty cool. Very cool, as a matter of fact. Look at that. Yikes. It almost seems kind of dangerous, doesn't it? Actually. Dangerous to everybody, but it's awesome. That is awesome. Oh, my God. Like, I think your average person, if you stuck them in that, they would pass out from the G's, right? I think that's a problem that they have. You have to, that's why it's such specialized and serious training, because most people would just pass out. They wouldn't be able to handle it. That is pretty cool. Let's see. This is interesting. I might save this for Sunday. This Iceland video is really cool. I definitely want to show it, but I think there's a bunch of music in it. We'll hold off on that one. Look at this.
I just go get another one.
Big silly
like,
thing.
I won't do that again.
Don't get bulldog.
Oh, we went back in. Oh, no. What the hell is he thinking?
That took all of my money. I got the whole thing on video.
So he likes it in there. That's weird. I don't know. Anyway, they're funny. They seem like nice people. Let's see. Bear. Swing. What happens? Apparently the lady bought a bigger swing for the bear because they couldn't get on the old swing. So there you go. Seems happy. I wonder if it ate the people in the house later. Probably. Let's see. This should be a crime. Do we dare show this one now or on Sunday? It should be a crime, by the way. I think we'll save it because that's a fun one. I think we'll save that one too. I think we'll save this one. Let's see what else we got. All right. This one is not what it seems. You see there's a community note there. This one, I think we'll have to save this one for Monday for the premium stream because it'll just super get. I think we'll save the rest of this stuff. Let's just do it. It's 4 hours and 7 minutes. I think actually let's do Thomas Sowell first before we go. Some words of wisdom here. Let's take a look.
What the government is trying to do, is to set up programs justified on the assumption that they are equalizing. I think the crucial thing is that when you try to create this equality, you don't create the equality, you create something else. I've been doing studies now for 20 years of programs designed to increase equality. They increase inequality because even when the programs are designed for disadvantaged groups, they help the affluent members of disadvantaged groups, while the lower members of those groups fall further behind than ever before. And not just in the United States, in India, to some extent in Malaysia, the very same thing is happening. What the government is trying to do, is to set up programs.
Well, they call it equity now, but yeah, it doesn't do anybody any good. All right, I think we'll call it a night. It's 4 hours. I think we've done enough. And then I'll try not to get too much stuff for the Sunday one so that we can actually do it then. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. All right. All right. So let's check out the last of the chat here, then we'll call it a night. It's late. Ottawa James says, LOL, Richie, you've been yakking for 4 hours. I know, I didn't even really feel like doing the stream before we started, but it's a funny thing. Whenever I don't feel like doing it, I always have a great time. And I go way longer. Like tonight, I thought, maybe I'll do like a couple of hours. I've been a bit stressed lately, But then once I start, it's like my sanctuary or something, right? It's like my happy place. So whenever I feel like that, I end up going extra long and enjoying it more. It's weird. Maybe it's you guys. Let's see. As he says, need to slow it down a bit impulsive, I think. I don't know what that's referring to. Cute doggies. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I have memories of the Blue Angels in the 90s over my school. They noticed that we were out for lunch and started doing low passes so close I could see the glow from the afterburner and felt the wind. Wow, that's awesome. Let's see. Rosie says, since you cannot play the music, you could sing for us. Oh, no. No. YMCA. Bob said, going to the danger zone. I went to the danger zone. There you go. Let's see. Thomas, is that actually Thomas L? That is Thomas L, Rosie. Let's see. Let's see. Rogue thought he's in his 90s. Is he in his 90s now, Thomas L? You don't see him much anymore. I think I saw something from him a couple of years ago, but yeah. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, conservative Canadian bat cave. That's what this says. Rosie says, we give you energy. You guys actually do, which is the crazy thing. Rogue Thought says, I could go for 6 hours. We used to do 6-hour streams sometimes. We've done a couple. That election stream in November was, I think, 7 hours. RSN 40 says 2 more hours. I can't. I just can't. I'm sorry. Singing YMCA 15 out of 10. Rosie says, that's almost the most you can get out of 10. Let's see. All right, that's it, you guys. I'm done. I am done. Done like dinner. You guys were fun tonight, and you guys made me laugh pretty hard. Almost to the point where I injured myself. That's happened a couple of times. Because it takes me by surprise, you see. But no, you guys were great. Thanks so much, everybody, for showing up. And I want to thank Rogue Thought again for the very generous rant. Everybody subscribe everywhere. Like the stream. If anybody really wants to help out the channel, become a channel member, either on Rumble or YouTube. Rumble really helps. So, and gifting memberships is, again, really the best way to help. I think it tells like Rumble that you know, that I'm cool. That's what they think. When they see that, they go, oh, you must be pretty cool. And then the other guy at Rumble says, yeah, no, definitely pretty cool. Maybe we should watch it help or something. I think that's what happens. I don't know. I had a dream about it. Listen, I forgot to give you guys the story about what happened to the guy who always subscribes to the live streams, but then he didn't one night. And then you know what happens. So I forgot. But now it's too late. My brain is too frozen to tell you guys that story. So let's save it for Sunday. Somebody remind me to tell the story about what happened to that guy that I heard about that always likes to stream, but he didn't this one time. And then Liberace had something to do with it. Remind me on Sunday. Ottawa James says, good chat all. It really was a good chat tonight. It was a fun one. Rosie says, thank you, Richie. You are cool. Well, thank you. You are cool too. Izzy says, you are cool. Ottawa James says, Richie is a natural DJ. Well, yeah, I think maybe that's what I would have been in a different life. Again, thanks everyone. If it weren't for you guys, I would be ranting to a cold and different universe. That would be depressing. But you guys are here, so it's not. So I will keep coming back as long as you guys do as well. Everybody have a great weekend. Hope to see everybody Sunday night at 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern. Thanks again. We'll see you soon.